Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. I broke all the cages, no, I won't sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. There's a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on, I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my own. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me We've lost track of time, don't know how to feel, but I'm not sorry. I'm lost in your eyes, are you even real? But don't you worry, I'm not looking for the one. No, I just wanna have some fun. So let's get drunk tonight, 'cause fuck how we feel. But for now, I won't give it all away, 'cause I don't think I'll stay. No, I can't be the only one who doesn't wanna fall in love. Doesn't wanna fall in love. Doesn't wanna fall in love. Doesn't wanna feel. Doesn't wanna fall in love. May not see eye to eye, but we can be chill for just this moment. So turn out the lights and let's make a deal to just enjoy it. I'm not thinking about forever. I won't care if we don't end up together. Let's get high tonight, 'cause fuck how we feel, yeah. But for now, I won't give it all away, 'cause I don't think I'll stay. No, I can't be the only one who doesn't wanna fall to the sea. Baby, I never say, for I will fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me, for I have loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that was never gone, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh, would I guide me to forget the time I lost with no regrets, and the moon shine back again. And the moon shine back again. When I drove down to Abyss, while I blame the world's neglect, then I shine right back again.
Them being a workless team for nearly a year, double pony, trying to grind. They got NBK in the lineup. He leaves. Jax comes in for a bit, then he gets recalled back to G2. There is this whole like grind that they went through to get to this point, get an org, and maybe now get a spot at the
So
major.
much on the line.
I've got a surprise for you boys.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Here we go.
I love this because they think it's something to do with Astralis. It's actually not. If you go and look on good old HLTV, we'll mention it here now as well. We've just seen actually the players roster has been signed by Cloud9. The rumors were true, and they do get picked up just before the major, so they make the dreams come true. They get out of the problems from the past, and they go to a more brighter future, I guess.
Well then, that I did not see coming.
You thought I was going to say the Astralis some sort of change or something?
Yeah, look, all of us are like, wait, is Device coming back to NIP? But no, that's actually fantastic. Now, I'm sure a lot of Cloud9 fans are going to be a little confused because it's definitely not a North American team, but what a team to pick up.
It's a successful roster. It's about time Cloud9 had that.
That's true. It's been quite a while. I think like 4 years since I had a relevant roster, Prof.
I don't know.
You're the HLTV guy.
They had a lot of rosters. Not a lot of good ones.
I'm talking about successful ones.
Yeah, not a lot of good ones. So it's really hard to go back. You can go back to the Boston Major and that. And then after
Cloud9 Hobbit.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Cloud9 Hobbit, Cloud9 Sheer. It's going to take a while to kind of like get used to that.
Yeah, it's kind of a diagonal move for a very North American organization. But we'll see. We'll see how it develops.
I guess they want success finally, James.
They want trophies, right?
They want trophies.
You can't sit in North America for that. I think they've seen
come
it.
on, they have a couple of decent teams. I like the complexity kids. You know, they're up and coming.
Well,
it's going to take a bit of time.
All I can say is that the surprise that was coming up wasn't Lucky standing in for Astralis, so we can get the Lucky versus Lucky.
I don't
commentators.
envy any of the commentators. Like, yeah, Lucky Taylor's lucky, and it was an unlucky play coming out from Lucky.
Yeah.
But back on track for this game, right? I've derailed us enough for that. I just thought that was important information we should share. It is huge, right, to come out when we're just live doing this. But okay, right now you guys are telling me Astralis favored in this. But I feel like HEET, they've got this thing where, okay, they know they're the underdogs. They're certainly ready and willing to fight. And I've still not got enough faith just because we've seen a couple of good games from Astralis now where I'm thinking like, oh yeah, you're in form where you're just going to take down the underdogs. I still feel like they can slip up here.
Yeah, they definitely could, right? Like, obviously, the good thing they have is they have the veteran in the form of Glaive, like multiple major winning, the most majors won by any IGL sitting in that particular team. And sure, you might have BlameF who might actually start feeling the nerves because of the pressure that's on them, right? But I like how you brought up HEET and how much they have to lose, how much they have to gain from this, and how much Astralis have to lose. For Astralis not to make it to the major is unthinkable. It's actually unthinkable. But for HEET to make it through, it is a life changer. Like Prop pointed out, waiting to find a sponsor, not really getting it, grinding out just as a 5-man unit and struggling through and making it to the major, a fairy tale story. And for Astralis, if they don't make it, an absolute disaster.
It is an absolute disaster, but it's time for us to get into the game and see if it's going to go the way of Astralis or if HEET can maybe pull off the upset. Either way, it's going to be a banging game, and we got some amazing commentators to deliver the final series to qualify for the major. It's Hugo and Harry.
Yes, thank you very much, James. Yeah, dude, no, this is This is a truly wild series, right? In keeping with the latest CSGO weapon collection, this really is a battle of dreams and nightmares, right? On one side, HEET in this position, this unthinkable position, they can make it to a major after being, you know, the double pony squad for so long, Orgless for so long, then in HEET, you know, making this run happen. But to do that, they've got to get past Astralis. And for these guys, it would be a nightmare to envision a world where they don't make it to the major. They don't even have to like have some incredible run at the major really with like this iteration of the team, but they need to be there. And anything less than that is an absolute nightmare for this team.
Yeah, exactly. And Dust 2 to start, it typically been a really troublesome map for Astralis. Prof said it well, we've seen it this tournament. They picked it up against players, but he has certainly been, you know, causing problems on this map for many teams at this event. I'm excited to see what we've got out of the boys. Fast out long for the Frenchman. It's Zip on the other side. He spots it, but they're up close. Exercise, not ready to pop. Zip is able to get back, and they even spot this flank. Blame at the top of middle. Glaive is all the way in through T-spawn, but with this spot, they're going to be expecting a man here. They're holding on. They're waiting for it. Glaive, tap, won't connect. He has them boxed, and that's a beautiful shot. Glaive getting lucky dead immediately. And then we go cold. HEET don't want to commit. They also don't want to go back. They are very much trapped into this bomb site. And Astralis have called their bluff. They know they're going in. 2 smokes for the cross, and Astralis are ready.
Yeah, smokes rain over the top. Gonna go ahead and block off all this vision from CT. But Astralis don't really have anyone in this angle. Instead, it's mainly short, kind of set up to play this retake. Zip tucked in at Gandalf while Glaive is drawing attention in. Zip's going to come out swinging, dropping the bomb, making things awkward for HEET. They got to get this down. They got to get it planted. Joko going to be the man to plug in the numbers. Body holding it ramp. They're still waiting for Zip, who isn't giving them a thing from Gandalf. Up through CT. Colpig's right here. And a swipe body out of the round, and now Joko having a look at too many angles at once. It's actually the short man of Farley to get the better of him. Ooh. And so Astralis, that is a lovely look in the pistol, right? A team ace, everyone carrying their weight to open up here. And it felt like, you know, they had the read throughout the whole thing as to what HEET wanted to do, thanks to all that information in middle.
Yeah, poor exercise. He's doing his jumping jacks, spotting over the back of the site, checking that there's no one there, and Zip just drops in mid-air. Some beautiful shooting out of Astralis from Glaive and Zip, especially to start off that round, and the late flank as well for HEET. They hate it after, you know, just getting dealt Glaive's opening kill. Astralis find the pistol, and we actually don't have a force in the second. It is Dust 2. So just Deegs come out for now, waiting for that third rifle round. Astralis, they know it's coming as well. They keep it clean with just rifles, not messing around with MP9s. They would love a 5 alive round, but HEET definitely have some explosive individuals, as we've learnt this event. Squad even 2-0'd in Tropic, who definitely weren't up for form, or up to form in this tournament, not as much as they have been this year, but even so, that's a legit win. And this one would be one hell of a takedown. Whoever loses, they're going to be devastated, Harry. We saw Anonymo with their heads in their hands after losing that last series for qualification. Some sad faces today, and 5 more will arrive by the end of this series. For now, it's just this eco, and they've actually got an A plant in. Nades go up, but that's a nice safe plant for Body. Putting it in the middle of the bomb site. Won't be for this cat control, but will deny the nades on the retake. They jump up, and they start to get sliced apart. Glock headshot, gotta buy that helmet, and Lucky looks for an upgrade.
And now onto a Deagle. Starts with a Glock and it ends with an A1S shot. There he is, deleted. Joko followed up onto as well. And so Astralis gonna find the conversion there. 2-0. Yeah, but a bomb plant is lovely, right? You came into that round with just Eagles. Now suddenly, you know, you're flushed with money. Planting both of these rounds, so things are really looking up in that regard. And even the chance to bring that AWP out right away.
Oh, it's coming.
He'll drop one over.
Body's taking a long spawn here by the looks of things, so HEET are going to be heavy flashing him in. Astralis don't have that AWP just yet. Talking of which, Farley has looked solid on this team so far in the games we've seen. Definitely going to need to be paramount today. Body shoots the smoke, nothing to see. Astralis, they threw that on the cross. That wasn't a corner smoke for HEET. That was Astralis trying to get control down towards the long doors and the pit. Afro lines up his hinge smoke from T-spawn. Glaive loses all info middle, so he doubles back to the B-bomb site. Blame peeled over instead. No one in a hurry, though, for HEET. Exercise, meanwhile, will pick config out of B. That was just a backside tap, and he got put down to 11 by Dink. Ruffling Glaive's feathers, pulling him back over to the bomb site. If Exercise was there, that nade would be great, but he's a few seconds delayed as he tried to split A. Zip, solid long kill. Can he stay alive?
Oh, the flash is pretty brutal. He's getting rushed down. Can't pull the dig out in time. Farley tries to plug the hole. Lucky gets the better of him. Out with a long swing. Blame F will hold the line for the first.
Wow.
That nade is good. Gonna get rid of Exercise and Blame F. The tank 3 in this round. Now only Afro left. He almost had this long timing. Was almost able to find it. Blame is full regrouped with Glaive down here in middle. And so Afro may be in with a chance. That jiggle out of Glaive is given over the 1v1. Blame F was last seen dealing with this cat play from CT. He's already all the way up long. And I think Afro thinks he has more time than he actually has here. Planting the bomb. Now going to start to consider long, surely, right? Enough time has elapsed. Still doesn't think Blame is this deep. Oh, quick turn.
Wow.
But Blame will lock in the round. 4 kills from the man. And it's a great look out of him to open up this first rifle round. Going the way of Astralis as Blame wins the 1v1.
That's a sick round out of Blame, and it's so big that Glaive's the one to die middle while Blame activates that flank. I think if he kills Blame there, he probably expects a better timing for Glaive to be pretty much anywhere, cat or long, but like you said, Blame has so much space taken in that round. Perfect nade to finish the dink, done at the back of the B-bomb site, and yeah, just goes on to clutch in the 1v1, almost the flick orb. But not today. Astralis keep it clean again, 3-0 with 1 alive. Their money is still up on the chopping block. Can HEET break it? They're going to try and explode long yet once more. Smoke on the Molotovs, it blinded out of the corner. Going to have to run back. But the fact that he stays alive is enough here for Astralis. It's early information. He can even boost the AWP into the bomb site. We've seen Astralis' tendencies to push mid and to flank and be aggressive in the CT half already. They were double facing middle. It's just Blame, though, with all that upper B control. Exercise is holding on, but to stalemate, and Blame's the winner already by just having this space. It's allowed a heavy setup on A for Astralis.
They are walking up. But I mean, they're going to be fighting every step of the way. No util going out. Do they want to contact play this? It is just going to be like the late commit of these smokes. Molly goes over onto the catwalk. That's meant to displace an AWP up here. And as they move in, that's a little bit awkward for Joko. It just burns in the Molotov. Blame F's found another. They still don't know about Farley. He's playing around the simple smoke over at short. Tagged and finished off. What a turnaround, man. This was getting so wild. Like, Astralis were pulling away with it, and in the blink of an eye, Body and Afro come up with the goods. It's all left onto Blame F again. This time, a 1v2.
Nade. There's another one in spawn as well. Blame can kill Body right now on the site. Oh, the gun might have to do it. Nade gets pulled. It lands well. Body's dead. And Afro full health. Blame's going to wrap again. He's getting ratty already in some of these rounds, but Afro's cleared it. Once he knows the elevator has no one in it, Blame, his rotate, his position should be guessed. Afro's carrying the flank, but at a certain point, Blame's going to have to make noise running up on this site. He doesn't have a smoke for the bomb. Afro has a great position for this plant right now, and Blame might just have to flash stick. He sees the angle. Flash goes out. Is it a fake? Blame just looking for the fight right now. It's not like Afro can even hear the bomb go off. He's fighting for the round. 4 health. Blame wins it, but no time. And it's going to be HEET on the board. Eventually, even Blame dead to the bomb. So no AWP saved. And as said, with these close clutch rounds out of Blame, that money, it was on the chopping block. It has truly been cut down.
Dude, look at Body's round here, though, right? He was like a big proponent as to why this even happens. Like, that was getting kind of out of control. When it starts with Joko burning in the Molotov, not getting anything done, second man that was meant to go running on up and trade that out, also getting cut down. You thought that HEET were in a world of trouble, a world of pain, and that's where Body comes in big with that hat trick. Helped out by Afro, who goes on to best BlameF in the 1v1 just to time.
Yeah, it's not like either side has much economy to work with right now. But if you have some spare change, scan the QR code. Head on over to Antwerp for the major, where one of these two teams will be there. Maybe not in the top 8, maybe not in that champion stage, but at least entering the first round of Swiss. Meanwhile, we have that top 16 placing game going on right now over on the other stream. Find out who will be getting a legend spot. That's going to be between NiP rather, and ENCE. Pushing lower, but also upper, and unfortunately with only a 1-for-1, Zip doesn't like the taste of giving up B for free, so he goes back to the bomb site. HEET will be able to relax for a moment. There's only one rifle, but right now Blame's been doing it solo, man, in some of these rounds, so I've got faith. Boost up, and he's ready.
Oh, the timing on that, but he goes back in. That's
sick.
Over the lip of the smoke as well. Wild for Blame. Dude, he's kind of having a bit of a day, isn't he? BlameF 10-1. Can't really ask for a better start than that.
What the hell do you do here if you're HEET? They have good util. Body's going to drop the hinge smoke, so at least Astralis lose info on that catwalk, even if this was going to be a B play, but seems like with a man at long, they do want to go back to this A bomb site. Body goes all the way up top middle. Blame sees nothing, but that's no guarantee, that's no confirmation. Right now, Astralis are gambling on that B bomb site. Config is the only one tasked with getting this info and stopping this A attack. Nice D shot. Lucky trying to trade. Config spamming, only gets one. But that's the bomb scene to Astralis activate. Can Glaive find this gun that was dropped earlier? Yes, he's got a Galil now. Armed and dangerous are Astralis, but no kit, so the plant soon could be around for HEET.
15 seconds as they try to cross. That is a lot of damage out of BlameF. Flashes go in, slowing this down even more. It's a last second bomb plant, but both players are now trapped inside of the site. Glaive wrapped long, traded out that Galil for an AK, is now looking the better for it. He's even got BlameF with him. You got to contain both rifles on the long side, and Exercise is pinned in at just 10 points of health. He was tagged crossing earlier by BlameF, and now he's expected to come up big in the 1v3. Can't get it done. Glaive and Blame, hell of a lot done in that round between the two of them. And with it, Astralis steal that one away. Up on a 4. That was a hero gun for Blame. You know, a little bit of armor behind some pistols for the rest of Astralis.
You know, he may have looked really sharp in some of these games. You know, they took down a wounded Entropic. They destroyed Sprout with a coach on Dust 2, but this is just a different level of competition. It's not just a different level of competition. It's an Astralis who know how much this game means for them, who aren't about to be, you know, sitting here getting embarrassed and losing to, you know, an upcoming underdog. They took G2 to overtime yesterday. They longed out a BO3. And they were pissed they didn't even close it. It was damn close. There were chances. So this is a fighting Astralis right now. And you can see every single round just how clean it is. 4-1. And on, you know, statistically their worst map right now. Even worse than Mirage. Looking very, very clean. With Ancient up next as well, Harry. I mean, Pimp called them the best Ancient team. With the T side we saw out of them yesterday, I'm inclined to agree. B explosion, 2 out middle, dribble smoke, Glaive, that molly goes in deep, and HEET don't get past it. So Astralis have good warning on this B play that's about to hit. It's inevitable with 3 smokes already used by HEET. You know they're coming.
Config, lovely in middle. Lucky on the receiving end of that Glaive cut in here. Now the A1S silencer will stick out around that corner, and things start to spiral out of control. It was lost. Guns now retrieved. The 3-on-3 for Astralis. Big man, BlameF, still very much alive, still very much in play. They going into lower. No. Joko needed to hit one of those at a bare minimum. Instead, he's now gone, and Heat are left in this 2 versus 3. They've pushed middle. This is, oh my God, that's a lot of damage. Bloody hell, the spam has done so much here. And Heat with the confidence to go pushing middle, exercise over faces, and Farley is going to clutch it out. It's close, but there is time for this defuse. That's a little brutal for Heat, who try to lay that round to rest, maybe earlier than they needed to.
Yeah, that's an absolute overface for exercise, right? He has his teammate with the cross. He's called it. No one's made it into the bomb site. So where are they? What are they doing? They're standing. They're waiting for the repeat. It caught Zip off guard, right? He was trying to get the nade in the window. It did land. It did good damage, but you know he was expecting just so many jiggles from that window side. Heat, that was a really nice call as well. After Joko whiffs the deagle in B, 1 kill honestly probably wins the round there with that clock. But Heat realize it's a heavy, retake coming in from tunnels. They just go all the way into middle. And if Exercise waits for his teammates' contact, that's probably a very different round for Heat, where, 1 kill gives them the clock favor, and suddenly they close it with a B explosion on pistols. Still a good eco, but when you're in those positions to win rounds, you've got to close them out, because you're not going to get many of them. Right now, Astralis are keeping it super one-sided, 5-1. And yeah, very patient on these retakes right now. Even on these A-site ones as well. The flanks have been very fast. Decisive call to come in through the triple tunnels and Heat. Now they've got to figure things out. They've got another buy. They've got an AWP potential. First, a tech issue.
Oh man, it's kind of brutal, because for Heat, really, these success needed to come in on Dust 2. This has been a real, strugglesome map for Astralis. It's been one of the go-to ones for Heat. It felt like the recipe was here for them to be able to lock this one in as a pretty safe bet. And then I think, long it out across 3 maps in this series. I think that's their best way to success here. And it is a very, very slow start. Now, 6 rounds in, or 6 rounds played into a 7th, there's always time to turn it around. There's always time to switch this up and get back into the swing of things. It's just, for Astralis, with the kind of game we're already getting out of guys like Blame, I think Convicts has some really nice moments over in mid. He's just like, not over-facing, kind of like, getting one, staying alive, being a nuisance. Heat as well, it made me a little bit nervous, because normally guys like Joko are like a very, very safe pair of hands in this team. Normally you kind of know what you're going to get out of the guy. He's had a couple of flubbed moments early on, which I think with all the pressure on this team right now, with all the eyeballs on them, with this being, the biggest game of their careers, the pressure could be getting to them early on. And it's not like they've had a lot of success to reflect back on in this map already and go, don't worry, we can build back into this. Instead, it's like, no, the pressure is, you need to elevate the level, you need to step up, because Astralis certainly are. And we've already seen that kind of break teams at the competition.
Yeah, and now this gets even worse in a tech pause as well, because you're sitting there in silence, you can't communicate, you're down 5-1. For Astralis, not only are they going to be focused up knowing this game is theirs right now, theirs to lose, they're in control, everyone's looking clean, but also it's CT. You don't often need to just call some intricate game plan out of spawn. You can just play your spawns, your standard positions. Farley, he's got a mid-peak spawn as well. So for Heat, I really hope they actually call attack after this tech timeout, to try and refresh and have a chat with their coach, talk to Matt End, and find out how they want to approach this next gun round. Because after a big break in the action, after losing a bit of a sitter there on the B site, it would be easy to be in your heads at this point. So would like a refocus for Heat, but we'll have to see after this tech if we get that out of them, or if it's just going to be Astralis continuing the dominance right now. Because even Zip's coming in with good impact, and he was a player that we've definitely seen struggles recently out of this guy. But yesterday against G2, he performed in a couple of the maps, had one quiet one, but definitely on Ancient had his impact. A great lurky map on those T sides. Astralis doing a lot of it against G2. I'm very excited to see that second map as well. Maybe less so if this is a dominant opener, because I think, you know, the momentum probably just spirals out of control. But, you know, HEET are not against Ancient. They're inclined towards it. So I want to see if Astralis can keep up this precedent they're setting as one of, if not the best Ancient team right now. Especially with the old roster, we call that in Entropic, having already dropped out of the competition with a whimper.
All right, then we're right back in. You said you were hoping to see a tag pause here. No such thing out of HEET. Instead, they just want to get right into this. They want to get right back into the game. Exercise going to try his hand at a long peak config. Oh, the ball's on this guy. Runs down into the pit. Manages to make it the entire damn way.
Oh, I just love what Astralis are doing here with throwing this cross smoke. Just means that he can't get the long pick, and we know how good Astralis util is. They're just dumping nades, dumping mollies, trapping players at blue bin. And even if config is essentially trapped here, there are so many ways you can help him out. You can get him out of position. You can flash him into fights. Astralis are here to assist with 4 players. They're winning this long control.
Yeah, this is really, really pretty out of Astralis. I mean, you're just going to be so hard-pressed to do much about it. Like, you get that trade there onto Zip, but what impact has that had? You're all wounded. You're all hurting here. You're still, you know, left with a man trapped at blue bin. This isn't even advantageous. He's literally stuck here, just having to hold the line.
Ooh.
All right, Joko. That's more like a second kill in the round, and Config decides to up and leave. Won't give him the room to fully exit. Won't give him the room to fully get out of here. Still hanging about, but it's given another kill over. Joko's done a very good job of isolating these engagements. Turned his little cage into quite the killing field over at long.
Yeah, I don't even blame Astralis for, you know, trying to double down and fight that. Config was trying to get close blue bin. That's how he gets caught. But other than that, you know you've done so much util damage, and you have HEET trapped. You want to take those kills while you've got them. HEET were going to go B, but they've ended up splitting A after Joko just goes ham on the long side. Oh, dear dinked, and Glaive runs it down. He's got util for the plant. Look at the health. Everyone's low. Another nade kill on default for Astralis. Don't tell me they're going to 2-on-4.
Oh my god, Farley hits a blinder. Joko, all the kills in the round, and he would have needed the ace. Astralis have stolen that one away.
Wow.
Man, beautiful from Glaive, right? Classic from this guy. It is util. It is like he has homing utility at times. Deals with a man in the sight after MP9 in the AWP short. That shot from Farley onto the ramp player was something else. I don't know. We only just cut to him as he got it, but I do not know how he got this. Like, what happened for him to know Body was even there? Body wasn't peeking. Body was trying to hide. Body's like, okay, we're losing players. I'm just going to tuck in. I'm just going to hide. And then he gets wall banged out by Farley's AWP on short.
Yeah, I mean, these must be heat-seeking nades. I'm surprised they're not hitting Astralis. They're on fire right now, 6-1. A beautiful CT side to build back into this game, and we need something out of HEET. We need an awakening. Joko had his round, he had his warm-up, but it still wasn't enough. And you see why Astralis was so dedicated to long. They knew they'd done the damage, and they capitalized upon it perfectly. Afro, this is nice. Contact out mid. Oh, he had to hit that. Blame's going to follow up. And, you know, just rusty start to the day for HEET, it seems. Some of the shots not connecting for Astralis. They've done the reps. They've done the DM. They've hit the servers. And right now they're hitting head. Sit with another. Gets out this time. Things are even improving as rounds go on. And now Farley, the nade smoke causes a problem. Body will hit the headshot. And Joko's up on the short side. Blame doesn't know. Very deep are HEET, but they've got to win this fight or it all falls apart. Now they can go back to the bomb site. Blame is caught in the open. Another plant perhaps. But how much can HEET do here?
This Molotov on config is lovely. He is taking it all the way to long, so I don't think he's looking to throw that out. And this is actually going to give a bit of an opening now with Glaive dead over at short. Config running in with the AWP, running at them with this AWP. All right, flash goes high. Joko off the angle for a moment. Oh, now removed. Joko starting to find his footing in this map. Went from being, you know, bottom of the board for his team, someone who we're not used to seeing in that position, to now rising through the ranks. That's what HEET are going to need. This activation out of him has arrived at the perfect time. Maybe not the perfect time. Perfect time would have been right away.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Given how it started.
Yeah, it's got here in a timely manner where there's still a chance to turn this around. Money now broken for Astralis.
Again, for long. They've won this round before, though, but it did require that hero M4 to go crazy. And Astralis, they've got their protocols in place. Double nade on blue bin. No one there. They're going to clear it on their own and leave Zip in position once again. As Astralis, they throw a lot of utility on long, but they immediately back up. HEET are leaning B early, but still in their default. So it really should be their round. They've got to play their cards right, though. They've got to trade these kills. Can't let a pistol grab a gun and go ham. Many a man on Astralis to do that. Astralis moving back to A now. HEET are just taking catwalk. They're on nades, but damage doesn't matter unless you capitalize upon it. Not going to get any kills with this. It's all right. Nothing special. Around like this, you need far more. And Zip, he's given up on the long lurker. He has made the right call here. Astralis are finally moving back, but is it time? HEET are already crossing into the site.
Double ramp's kind of nice. You can play a bit of a bait and switch here. They turn away from ramp. Zip had a chance, but it just sails on past him. And yeah, this is more like it. HEET, all right, they've... Oh my God. They've, you know, they found a bit more confidence here. Things are finally working. They've been able to chain together 2 rounds in a row. You know, you're just feeling a little bit better about the whole ordeal right now. You know, you also know that you've got Astralis on eco in the next, what with this being a force. So there's another round waiting in the wings that should be pretty easy, that you should just be able to run over. All of this is very important if HEET do want to stay alive. Because really, I can't stress this enough, I don't think really anyone beats Astralis on Ancient right now. No. I don't think anyone can manage that, and I don't think HEET would be up to the task. So, you know, they kind of need us to. They need this map. And so that's why this recovery coming in, you know, the fact that we have individuals starting to come alive, we have Reed starting to pull out for HEET, it's all boding well. They need to keep this up.
Yeah, Joker was like 1-5, 1-6, and now he's 9-8. So definitely been a recovery from one of the heavier hitters we've seen from HEET this tournament. Afro's still missing some shots on the AWP, but there's time to recover. Astralis, ooh, they want to go lower. Config getting keen. No better round for it. Afro posted. Oh, only a USP. He's going to get backstabbed. Oh, Config, second shot will do it. We know his Deagle is dastardly. Quick recovery time. Picks up a kill. Top mid gone. Farley's going for the gun. No kit. Astralis are a man up, though. Need this planting from HEET ASAP. They know they can win the round from ejected alone, but the numbers are a problem right now.
This is 2 Deagles. That is it. And Astralis are up in this 4-on-3. Now, they're going to trade guns down here in lower. Looks like Farley's already electing to save this AK.
There's an AWP to save as well. They just need to go and get it. They're playing the long game.
Config up in the window. Exercise was right beneath him. Just missed that timing as Exercise crossed into the corner. Config looking like he wants to go through this. Flashed off the angle. The rest of Astralis are saving. It's a damage-dealing mission. Oh, the gang here.
Save car or die. That's the option.
Big bit of damage. That's going to force Joko to go into the tunnels and into the arms of Zip.
Oh,
tries to grab the AK, and Exercise is one step ahead.
That's so big. That's so nice as well. Astralis, they were playing both sides there. I really like that call, right? Knowing that HEET either had to come through tunnels and either, you know, get crunched by all of Astralis or go save car. So Config's contingency is to kill them or tag them enough while they cross car. He does do that to Joko, but HEET then realized, all right, Astralis are going for the guns in upper. I'm going to stop them. I'm going to die for it. And they stop all those saves. Only Farley gets out. That could have been like 3 AKs and an AWP for Astralis. Instead, it's just 1 and already a gun gone. Joko primed and ready on this B site, and HEET look like they want to go off the back of it. They have nothing else.
And Molly's going to slow him down. And in that moment, Glaive, he heard a lot of footsteps run away. Did put the fear in Astralis. They actually, for a moment there, completely left the A site out of panic to go and reinforce this B hole with Glaive. However, he heard these footsteps leaving, and he said, guys, you know what? Stick to our guns on this one. Let's go back to that early kind of long A lean. Afro lining up the hinge smoke. Goes in, and this is going to give HEET safe passage to Cat. And while they think they're pulling the wool over Glaive and Astralis' eyes, they couldn't be further from the mark. They're going into this triple stacked A-bomb site. Astralis are one step ahead in this one. Still, need multi-kills. Need them to shut out HEET before this site take happens. It's a lovely flash. Farley opens with one. Zip tucked in at the car. They weren't ready for him, but he only goes 1 for 1. Farley needs this, and he will pick it up. Are they ready for Blame? Tucked in at the site. They never even considered it. When you've seen this short man, you've dealt with a car player, they were not ready for a third guy to be there as well. I think they thought that that little B kill, that B fake that they threw in early on would have drawn a bit more of a rotation, and a bare minimum just that third A player, perhaps kind of floating middle to lend assistance over towards B. Yeah, and Astralis never took the bait.
Yeah, great recovery for Farley as well. He kind of got trapped in that 1v1. He had to win it, or Blame was just in the open to both short and long. HEET are playing the Blame game. They don't love it. It's 14-6. He is looking monstrous right now. That's a great grenade as well from the guy onto Afro down lower. But the AWP already removed. Nade or not, it's Farley to style with 2. AK and AWP, he can do it with whatever you give him. And this pistol going to be cleaned up by Glaive in the corner as well. HEET. A match met. Oh, Farley almost gets caught. Luckily, Conflicts come in, but he does die. And hey, the Molly will finish the job. Team effort. And Farley, a one-man army in middle. 4 kills from the young gun on the AWP. And what a nice sign it is to see the AWP of Astralis dominating like this on Dust.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the kind of heights that Farley can get to, right? He's always been someone that's been kind of hyped up, right, as a strong Danish AWPer. And he's someone who, on paper, you know, it makes a lot of sense as to why he's even in this team. I think he fits the bill quite well. I think he's got that star potential. And, you know, I think one of the coolest things is as the kind of 4-man core of this squad, you know, since the Lucky departure, have had even more time to, like, gel and get on the same page. I feel like it's going to make it that much easier to get Farley, like, activated within this system. You know, similar to when we kind of had, like, S-Tag filling in all that time ago. Think about how good Astralis made him look there. Admittedly, you know, that was with the old squad with Magist and Dupree still in the mix.
Yeah, I think especially as the conversation now shifts to, you know, from people like Pimp, like, oh, we don't have these tier 1 ready Danish AWPs, and we have, for example, that Vitality squad where, you know, the old Danes go and join up with in an English-speaking team with Zaiwu. Oh my God, that hunt! Just tag him through the corner. I think it would have been easy for a team like Astralis to say, hey, maybe we want to go international, maybe we want to go pick up another flary AWPer, but they stay in Denmark, they stay in their mother tongue, and yeah, Farley's looking really, really solid right now. Dangerous indeed, as his name would suggest. He closes that round 2. You know, and yeah, I kind of like Lucky on this team. I enjoyed it, but Astralis clearly wanted someone with a little more experience, a little more flair. Players like Acor and Mouse didn't last long either. Well, actually, I'd say it lasted maybe too long. Definitely had trouble himself. But Farley is up for the job. Another AWP, though, is Afro catching Blame, trying to run lower. Nice try, buddy. But it's a big pick to get this guy out of the server early. He's been causing so many problems for HEET in this CT side. And off the pick, they go for the hinge smoke to get back up on Cat. Config could try and stop him with a Molotov. But meanwhile, on Cat is where the AWP will be found. Farley looking down into lower 2 there. Does Config want to go through? Glaive's priming a flash. He's going to go. Oh, body's caught, but the spray is whiffed. And that's a big kill. That's going to set HEET up for a B play.
Yeah, Glaive's got to do a hell of a lot here. Oh, it's a dink. That's always the worst feeling, right? You both hit the head, but the AK just does more. And Zip and Farley now are just going to be left saving in this one. So HEET, they do stick the landing this time around, up on a 5. You know, this is an all-right T side, one that they can look to turn around. I think if you kind of manage to take it to 6, you're in a really nice place, but you will have to grind your way to that 6th round. This save coming in, Astralis are going to have absolutely everything heading into round 15.
Yeah, but that's still an if right now with this hunt going on. Should be fine. Body's very low, and he won't be going for it. In fact, HEET want to make sure they can buy up for the last as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I could rephrase it. Even if they get the kills here, Astralis will have absolutely everything heading into round 15.
And so they shall. Yeah, it's a recovery near the end of the half for HEET, right? A late activation from Joko. Afro still clearly having trouble getting warmed in, right? Like, he's been dead to Farley in the fights he's taken. He's missed his long picks somewhat because of Astralis' util. We've already talked about how good that's been at long. So it feels like HEET kind of have been countered there fully this half, not been able to win off of long control. Afro did get that pick into lower last round, but Blame won't go back for it. He tried it once, now he's back to his long spawn, and Astralis have that control yet again. Did they want it? They're going to have to late flash after Astralis have fallen back and left Zip alone here. Blame's in the pit with cross from Zip, and Farley is tasked with solo B this time. So already some changes for Astralis to keep it fresh, to find a 10th round on their CT side. That would be fantastic.
Oh, Config with this second AWP over at Cat. That's a lovely nade. Sails on in, exercise on the receiving end of the bulk of the damage from it. He's already softened up big time. Joko even getting artillery striked in middle. It's scary, man. Whenever you face this Astralis squad, you know, damage is already being dealt before you've actually seen anybody on the back of these nades. He's going to try get out long now. Zip's the only man here, and the timing on that reposition is pretty brutal. Gets caught out on an island. Suddenly this AWP having a drop off of short. Config now, long flick, and AWPer indeed. He's on for a double. Blame F's tagged up over at short, but he does win the cat fight. Just going to elect to stay alive. That is nice decision making there out of Blame F. Playing for the retake, playing for the 3-on-2. He can do more as a body on short, drawing attention in than he can as a dead man. Afro, talk about a trial by fire here. 1v3, you said how he hasn't really warmed up into this game just yet. Will this be his time?
One way to wake up going into the second half. 3 kills and none of them found. Farley shuts him down immediately. And Astralis, yeah, these retakes have been super clean on the A site. Glaive has had extremely fast flanks. Blame living there is definitely the right call. And Glaive even waits for Farley to post up so he can walk below default. He knows Afro is going to be AWPing in the post plant. So just having an AWP on AWP cover while he gets closer is perfect. 10 rounds for Astralis on the CT half of their worst map right now. This is an excellent sign. And again, to put some, you know, context in it, yes, their worst map off of numbers. As said on the desk, they did take players down on this one. They did take Cloud9 down on this one. So a very respectable win, but still lost it in the follow-up to G2 and that BO3. So it's still kind of up in the air, still uncertain. But if Astralis could establish, Harry, a 7-map pool, what a world we'd be living in.
What a world. I mean, like, look, you even kind of look at like the scoreboard right now for Astralis. Zip and Glaive, the grizzled veterans of Astralis, the guys who are behind, you know, like the majors that this team have racked up. They're just kind of sitting back right now and letting all the new talent be the ones popping off, letting them be the ones find success here. Now Farley will die on a long push. Tries to establish some control there early on. Now Astralis are left a man down, looking for a way back in.
Yeah, mid's going to be the port of call. Body sees it. He wants nothing to do with it. It's wasted utility, at least for the HEET side, but In a 5-on-4, they're feeling pretty free. Afro's going to try and flank out this long play. If Astralis go quick, this will leave him kind of in the middle of nowhere, but he'll still have that late cat retake potential. Body's got his kit on B for this retake. Astralis are doing everything they can to sell mid to B, but yeah, he's about to get found out. Nice kill for Afro. Seeing Zip walk back only confirms this fact that Astralis are going A.
Yeah, 3-on-5 as they move in. Oh, 2v5, Config and Glaive. Now just Glaive. It is a clean pistol out of Heat. 50 seconds. Glaive dropping in the middle. It's been heard by Joko, and there's the closer. So a flawless round there out of Heat. Only 11 damage done by all of Astralis to the other side. That's more like it if Heat do want to launch this comeback here on a must-win Dust 2. Dude, and like, look at how clean these were. There's very little margin of error in the sense of, like, you know, they just swing out. Most of them just one bullet, kill found, no pressure.
Farley's scouting, so I imagine he's going to buy it up in the next because Astralis are eco around this. They're hoping he can drop guns, but these are not the rounds that you're going to convert. Even if Farley got double killed down mid, for example, would be very, very difficult. So Farley feels fine buying this gun back-to-back rounds or playing Galil. Ooh, already tagged. Trades the damage with Afro, but no need to reface. He flashes his cross back to the A side. And Heat just have to tuck in. At this point, they might think that Astralis are forced off of seeing that scout. It's getting traded over to Config early.
Kind of a fun idea. You know, you work your way down the list of folks who play AWPs.
Yeah, but it's not like Heat are going to give you any more of these fights. That's a problem. Now they know the scout's in play. Look at the setup. Okay, Exercise has a headshot angle. There's maybe a weird, wacky world where Config can hit it, but everyone else is tucked in tight to this, to both bomb sites right now. So Scope heard it long is going to keep Exercise primed, but Astralis are regrouping in middle yet again.
It's kind of wild, though. Like, for very little investment, you've really shuffled around how the CTs are playing in response to seeing this gun, right? Kind of a cool thing that I wonder if this is the Astralis game plan, hoping that you can keep them so boxed in that maybe the space comes a little freely here. Astralis are all up cat, 20 seconds. Config going to stay on the scout, doesn't give it to anyone else. There's still this Goose player that they don't know about who should just lock the round in. That's a lovely shot out of Config. But Body waiting patiently, gonna steal the round away.
Nice.
Yeah, you know, he kind of had to feed Afro to the wolves, but it's all well and good. He had the round in the palm of his hands, and Afro's death was not in vain. It set him up to close.
Yeah, the most experienced player of Heat, right? Obviously in Body of XG2 fame, so you know, he's been in these positions before. He's fought on LAN in high-pressure moments. Hopefully he can keep the team calm at this point as Heat are trying to mount the comeback off of a 5-round half. It wasn't looking pretty, but things can change quickly in Counter-Strike. Heat, similar to Astralis, are running his 4-long setup. It's going to be Afro lobbing flashes for retake, but they get it for free. Config takes one fight and immediately bounds out. Wants nothing to do with that. So Astralis back to the drawing board, need a new way to crack open a kill. Flash for Glaive in middle. Gonna take a peek. Oh, if he went for it there, he sees that player blinded, but he knows the flash has already expired. A lot of spam, does some damage. Farley capitalizes and takes down Afro on the cross. Again, the problem child of Heat right now, picked first. That's not gonna help you warm back in. Forced Joko back into a safe position in the B bomb site. It's Astralis, they avoid it entirely.
Oh, Body, the timing on this. Just sticks his head up at ramp. They're already up and past him. Moving in. Smoke now dropped. Config playing behind it. Oh, the spam is good for Body, and he's actually going to send them away. They give up Catwalk, and now look to drop back into mid. This is where Joko's been waiting. Just Joko, rather. Zip going to grab that bomb, juggle it out of there. Blame crossing into the B site. Smoking the doors. Are they ready for him to be so deep? There's a window peek waiting to come in. They won't go for it right away. Glaive is cut down over on short. Blame F. And Zip 2 versus 4. Tunnels wrap for 3. You've only got 1 man on the mid side, and he's just waiting patiently. This is nice, right? It means that Astralis can't push out in the middle. Instead, they've got to fight from within the site. They dealt with the first Tunnels man. Now it is just Zipnix, and he's been spotted at car, overwhelmed. They run him down. HEET come in with an 8th, and since getting onto this CT side, it's looked a damn sight better.
Yeah, it was a nice setup in the post spawn there for Astralis, but as soon as they swing back tunnels and see, oh god, everyone's coming there, and Lucky's trapping us from the window, there was really nowhere to go. They had to take fights, otherwise leave themselves getting boxed in a 4-on-2. So nice retake there out of the HEET boys, and you can see why it's their map pick. Things are coming together on the CT side. They just don't have a lot of breathing room, but quickly this game is closing up. Stress starting now for Astralis, certainly, as their first gun round goes astray. A bomb plant will give them a justification here to invest. But of course, it can't be land without tech. A neck break. Click your jaw back into place.
I don't know if it's a neck break. That would kill you. It would be cool for a moment, and then
I don't know if that'd
go,
be cool.
Everyone would go, wait, did he actually just do that?
Afro's not doing skateboarding tricks in the server. He's not doing kick flips on catwalk. Not yet, at least. I have to wait to see to that. AWP comes out on CT side. Right now it's just been scouts all map. All half. Attack coming in for Astralis. They want to chat it out after the pause. And this is what I mean, like, we didn't see this out of HEET when they go into attack and then they just go right into the game and lose the round. Like, Astralis, they get their heads back in, they focus up, they try, firstly decide what they want to do with money. It'll probably be half, maybe a hero AK, something like that, but really shouldn't be fully investing here. It's a very dangerous call. Blame will go for the gun, everyone else putting pistols in, and yeah, it's a nice balance here for Astralis, where Blame, who certainly has felt like the highest impact player in the map so far, across the server, well, he can make a magic happen. He can make a round happen. He already did with a solo gun on the CT side. B-spawn, that's one hell of a B-spawn. 4 players leaning.
Yeah, you don't get that one every day, right? And these util-heavy B-execs, they can be devastating. And with only 1 man here, this is really the ultimate test for Joko. He does have support right in the doors, but they've got nades out. Oh, Astralis ain't respecting that. They go running in, slowed down by the mollies. And the smoke only extinguishing one of them as they try to go in, as they try to flood this site. It rapidly gets out of hand. That double Molotov setup out of HEET is a thing of beauty, right? One going just a little bit deeper than the second.
Yeah.
And Astralis only extinguishing one of them was a bit weird because there was a second smoke that goes in like after the fact.
I'm not sure if the comms are even there as well, or if they ever knew about the player on car, because while the first guy through jumps up on the box outside tunnels and is hunting that car player, seemingly aware, Blame gets the entry on the door player, and that car player never gets checked by Glaive, who comes out as the 3rd man. He's looking at the door, even though it's smoked off and the pick's been called. So maybe, lacking the call there on who you killed or who's left, as it looked a little screwed, a little sauced as those mollies came in. But it was only an eco round. Astralis can brush it off and quickly buy up. AWP fires in middle, now they know. But do they know about the other one? Afro's got his deep on the long angle, so Zip might feel a little freer in this position after hearing an AWP in mid. And that seems to be the call. Astralis want to go back to this, but they're not going to flash this corner. Afro should get a free kill here if he's quick.
Oh, they're deciding against it.
You never know, man. They might go back late, even if it's just Zip here alone. How long does Afro want to hold?
Yeah, they went back and got the bomb, so actually it will be this recommit into long.
Uh-oh.
Afro, here's the moment. Don't mess this up. There's the first. He hears more footsteps. They're running at him. They're running him down. Getting closer with every missed shot. Glaive will trade that one out. Now they start to aggress up the long side, sneaking in. Blame still holding the tunnels, has caught the B player getting aggressive. Now that B kill comes in, there's a moment of panic for HEET. They see the double doors of smoke. They hear flashes going off. They know they've lost the site. Config Gonna remove another man over on short, and right now they've kind of taken a bit of a gamble. They've split up 1-1. A kill on the bomb, rotating in through tunnels. Could win the round. Farley's got 20. A little bit indecisive. This could actually work in his favor as he's spotted Exercise in the tunnels. Blame's got to come back. He needs help, and that's the bomb drops.
The round.
10 seconds. There isn't any time for Astralis. Exercise can just run away.
And Blame was trying to hold the B site as well. He wasn't even coming in to help. Config killed the rotate. If Blame activated earlier, if he tried to run back and clear tunnels, maybe they would have been able to trade that kill and find Exercise and Spawn. Instead, it's Config getting all the kills on the lurk, but Astralis losing to that bomb. That one hurts. That one really hurts. The indecision, then the realization that at 20 seconds, Farley had to go B. He had no choice. Oh, what a mess.
Something that I'm a little bit surprised about, honestly, is like with Config lurking cat, he should have heard the guy rotating CT. Probably should have heard him pushing lower tunnels as well. You know, that wasn't a silent rap for Exercise. That was fast. He ran the majority of the way.
Yeah.
Very un-Astralis round to lose, but a great one for HEET. Winning something like that where you just snipe it away, where Astralis were, you know, had the building blocks for a round. They had it all laid out ahead of them. And one kill on the bomb, dropping it with seconds to spare, was enough to steal that one out of the hands of the Danes.
What a robbery. This was a 10-5 CT side. HEET haven't dropped around since moving over, and there have been some scary situations for them as well. This is really, really nice from the Frenchman. Can it keep up? Because we've got a mid to B now, something new for Astralis. They're doing it pacey, Lucky, picks Glaive out. Now they know there's still a double orb in play. The money's been good. Lucky posts back up on the tunnel, seeing a player crossed in, but not really much support. That car player's looking back, and a collapse for Lucky. He follows up. It's an ace attempt, but Afro finds the last. It's 5 orb kills coming in from HEET in a moment.
That was filth, and it won't be the first time that Lucky's AWP has stolen around from Astralis.
Oh, dear.
My, oh my, look at that. Beautiful AWPing. And even the closer for Afro.
Woo. Oh, boy. That's just going to get them so pumped right now. And Astralis feel like they can't break in. They can't even get around. They can't even get a bomb plant. It's getting dropped in T-spawn. The times are getting desperate. Needing a hero now.
You know, early on we were kind of looking at like Joko as someone who was struggling a little bit. Not only has he stepped up, it's been really reassuring to see that like the veteran players of Body and Lucky, you know, both XG2 in their blood, are able to kind of be the guys stepping up on the big stages, right? Offering that level of consistency, that kind of baseline level, helps get the rest of the team switched on. With Joko and Exercise both looking good, it's kind of drawing the attention off of Afro. It's not like we're having to look at him and say, oh, well, this is it, man. He's make or break in these rounds. You know, he's got a bit of room to kind of have this slow start and build because the rest of the team are there to pick up the slack. Lucky is about to get pushed over here in middle. Flash is going to come through. He's full blind off the angle. Body here to help him.
Nice, Molly.
Ooh.
Oh! He got that smoke out, I guess, but now it's just smoked his team out of middle. And yeah, it's so nice that he went straight for the double orb, maybe realizing somewhat of Afro's struggles in this game and just pulling up an orb instantly on Lucky as soon as they have money for it. And they've kept that going every single time, knowing the value of this sniper. And boy, has it been valuable for HEET. Astralis cat control is clear right now. HEET have given up mid. Body has a nade to dunk at the right timing, but if Astralis do go for this with 2 smokes and 2 flashes, I imagine they'll throw standard wall here. The first close cat smoke, then the one of the boxes by Body to one-way them into the bomb site. Nade goes out early. Body doesn't have another one in spawn, it seems, so... Oh yeah, he does. He just grabbed one, so here it comes again. Astralis are dropping in. He's got nades out. He's so blind. They've run right by him, but he still gets the kill. That smoke disappears into the ground, and Astralis have to pick themselves up on this cross.
Afro hidden in at Carp. Molly. Farley's still going to get the bomb down in his dying breath. He's burnt alive. They've turned up the heat. They've dealt with him. And now just Glaive. 1 versus 4 on the short side. Deagle isolated from the round. looking for the short kill, and Joko is not giving it up.
Wow.
Still flawless on this CT half for Heat, man. This is like an entirely different team to what we got to witness initially. Astralis, who might have at one point been eyeing up a 2-0, might have been feeling like they could have ran away with this one in record time, and now realizing the gravity of this situation as it starts to spiral rapidly out of control.
Yeah, everyone's feeling it at the moment. You don't have this often, but every single player on Heat has positive opening duel stats, right? From, you know, 2-0, 3-2, 3-3, 2-2, 3-2. Like, everyone's at least going, you know, just 1-0 positive. So that's a really nice nice stat for Heat. No one's offering up early ways in. Astralis aren't starting with 5-on-4s and you know, dropping the ball. Heat are often just shutting them out of the early round. Lucky deep on B, looking to up those numbers, but he looks the other way, and this timing is everything. Blame is yet to play. The stalemate that might not move for a moment as the cat take comes in, body's forced off. Blame going to give it a go. Lucky has to flick, and he can't. Blame gets the kill. Big opener. Now Astralis with a 5-on-4. They've got to make do with this. They've got to convert this round right now. They've had nothing. See the struggles of Dust to rear their head once again.
Afro's getting aggro with the orb. Doesn't need to go this far. And that has returned. Oh my goodness, there is more aggression.
Okay.
Blame, he will sit in these tunnels till the end of the round if he has to. And he doesn't have to, but he will. And this has started to make this one spiral rapidly out of control. Exercise over on short is getting pressured, not just from Long, but from Cat as well. He's going to pick an angle, try to fight for the long side, and eventually he's dealt with. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame there for Heat, right? The long push, it all starts with Afro getting aggressive. He's blindsided by Zip. Then, how do they respond to that? How do they respond to going a man down? Well, we're going to try and push B. We're going to try and take the upper tunnels. That fed Blame F here. And very, very suddenly, from a good-looking scenario, it becomes hugely Astralis-sided. You're left with everyone needing to make a play, and the more you try to make plays, the stronger Astralis gets.
Yeah,
so,
final timeout now for Heat as well. I'm sure most of this is going to be, guys, don't do that again, okay? Because that's a first, like, 5-on-4 in a default without a trade where Heat have had to sit there and go, oh, God, they've got the freedom of the map. They can do whatever they want. They can fake us out. They've got everything to play with, and Heat panic immediately. The pressure very much there in that round. They can't afford to, you know, throw away another 4-on-5 like that again.
Considering Afro's like already having a bit of a rough one as well, that might send him into his own head a little bit. It's going to do one. Either it's going to like break him a bit, or he's going to go, okay, yeah, I need to wisen up now. Because not only has he kind of missed a couple of sitters, but he was the guy who pushed Long with the AWP in that round to kickstart the cascade of Astralis, finding all those frags. And so maybe we get a more measured Afro.
Triple Long, this is really nice. Orb might just get the free kill if Glaive crosses any further. Oh, good flash for Astralis to get him in. Oh, he's trying to pick players out. He's seen two, doesn't even know about the orb. So if his team come to assist him, they might be caught. Glaive's caught two. That third is still a question mark, but Afro's going to get caught. They're boosting up. Oh, no. Lobbing in the molly. Body wins that fight somehow, some way. And Afro now, they know about him. He smoked the Molotov. Farley looking over the smoke, and Afro is going to win his fight. Every single one picked up by Heat. Afro will not stop, and this is a great recovery round for Heat to come in with the 13th Glaive. Dinked dead to the AWP, and it's Afro with 3.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Welcome back.
That's beautiful, man. Because this is where, you know, everyone looks down the line and they go, see, bud, like, you don't need to go for the aggro plays. When we got you just sitting there like a turret, that's where you start winning. And so it's a lot of success after you kind of throwing a round away. That could sometimes be, like, a real activator, right?
Just a sigh of relief.
It wouldn't surprise me if we start to get a lot more out of Afro now. And for Astralis, that's concerning. You know, like they've kind of been, they've had the freedom of this AWP presence being a little weaker for Heat. Now it's looking to get involved. Lucky's AWP, since it's come out, has been terrifying to deal with. Really set a precedent with that quad kill over at B. And then remember the name, Farley holding for the AWP in middle. Lucky's just crept under the smoke and under the scope.
Glaive wanted to chase that kill, but he got blinded as well by the flashbang out middle. Both sides did. So it's again a stalemate. Lucky doesn't know, but he's put Zip down to 20. Astralis wanting B, trying to fake out the early cat presence. Not running the exec yet, just doing their defaulting, or so it would appear. Glaive's going to be late mid. Flame getting mollied. Really good timing for the util from HEET. It's going to force Glaive to go back to catwalk, but look who's reaggressed. A tag out of Afro's AWP. 2 AWPs hitting shots, neither of them converting kills. It's Lucky's time to shine.
Oh, Joker makes contact first. Lucky now swinging on the back of this contact. He will lose his teammate, but that does not deter him. Swinging out again. Doesn't want to give this kill over to Farley, so he just won't peek. Waits for that shot to rally past him and is now holding down the angle.
Oh, God.
Both moving in. They're coming his way. Rough spot for Lucky. Going to switch out to the USP, and Farley will best him in the head-to-head. Okay. Astralis, they weren't meant to have this kind of impact in this round, in this 2v3. Glaive and Farley so low, you thought he had it under control, and they still could. This util gonna start to burn the player out on default, forces a bit of a swing. Farley, the smoke's now faded. He's got to fight for the cross. This AWP, you would love it to strike right about now, and there it is. They run at Farley, exercise, flash up through the window, tries to take a peek on the back of it, hopping in, missed shots, and Glaive is going to close that one out.
If he kept the spray up, he might have won it, Harry. He didn't think Glaive was going to re-peek, but this guy has just muscled around away from HEET. Farley looked done. He looked like he wanted to save back in tunnels, and Glaive just goes, nah, mate, I'm going to get this entry, I'm going to run in. Farley posts a re-peek for Lucky with a pistol. Both were low. That was the call, and that was certainly right, but swinging out, giving over the B site, and we always say how hard those retakes can be. Glaive shows us why, reminds Astralis what they're fighting for as they come back in with some crazy round off of Glaive's cat lurk into the B ending. That should not have been Astralis, is safe to say. No way. 2-on-4. Glaive with a closing clutch. This game's heating up. Only one round separates these teams after a massive streak from HEET coming into the CT side. 7 in a row before Astralis finally reared their head. And now some trading rounds going on, meaning money, especially for the CT side, is going to be drawn into question. Full eco now, just Deagle's out. Astralis have to confirm this one cleanly. And a common eco strat is just take those tunnels. Knife out for Blame, and he's going to get caught in spawn. Oh dear, he didn't realize till he was already mid-air, and by that point, it's already done. Astralis will get that long control, though they know it's likely a heavy setup there, so they're going to cross in, still clear their corners, still play it safe, but for the most part, this is a free round for Astralis. HEET is just hoping to hit some bangers. Jumping shot denied.
Okay, they've managed to get out, but this is where you're hoping that they can help Farley out of this kind of sticky situation. He'll dig himself out of it with the P250. Just body left, and he will get silenced.
Yeah.
All right.
Can't expect more than that, to be honest, for HEET. The fact that they even get a gun is good enough, but no saves today.
I mean, while that round was kind of destined to sail by, it does still mean this is now a tie game. And you know, it was feeling so good. There was this moment on the CT side where they were really riding a high. They managed to get 8 in a row. Nothing felt like it could go wrong, you know? They couldn't set a foot wrong. And maybe they got a little complacent in amidst all that. It was that push from Afro at the long doors. Admittedly, he had his resurgence in the round immediately after. But, ever since then, Astralis have looked a little different, and I think especially with that last round, or sorry, the round prior to last, the 2v3 out of Glaive and Farley, while they were like 20 health between the two of them, this has given Astralis a second wind, and HEET are feeling the pressure again.
I like this angle, but last time it didn't work. That's why he's a lot tighter, is Lucky. Might get it. Blame walks in. That's a bit of revenge from last time as Blame did pick it up. But Lucky starts 5-on-4, and as we said earlier in this half, HEET have been converting these positions more often than not.
Yeah, Blame hasn't always been this kind of B tunnels lurk player, so I think occasionally you might see those moments where just a tiny bit of unfamiliarity with the task at hand maybe gets to him. Flash over the palm tree. They're going to go swinging out. What he didn't see them concealed behind that smoke. Glaive gets away with just sitting out in the open. But he needs to do more than just sit. He needs to stand tall, and instead he's cut down. Body flashed in. Config will best him. However, you're going to need a lot more out of Config now. Flashes continue to harass the lone Danish rifle. And this swing from the AWP will seal the deal. Afro with another hat-trick. Big round from the guy.
Yeah, he's seriously recovered in these last couple of rounds, right? Ever since you called it, I mean, ever since that long push, that reality check that I might throw this game away. I might give Astralis our first map in the series. And, you know, as said, with Astralis taking dust, it would poise them almost perfectly for a 2-0 in the series. He instead want to long it out, make it 3. And right now, Afro's helping them get there. Couple of 3Ks in these last 2 gun rounds to put HEET on the board. Fast for Astralis, running out of ideas, going quick for a mid play. Lucky's here. Not another nailer, surely. There it is, 5-on-4, and again, perfectly poised our HEET to shut out this round. Blame's Lurk's got to come in big. He catches Lucky. There's only one more man here. He's hiding in the smoke. They don't know, they don't clear it. Joko doubles, and Blame will have to trade, but is that enough in a 2-on-3 for Astralis to shut out the retake?
I mean, they've 2-on-3 from this position before. Far more going against them. Oh, that's a peek from Farley. Takes it dry into the window, and they even deal with Blame F back in the tunnel. HEET know the importance of repelling that B play. Able to get it back under wraps, back under control. This recovery arc from Afro is a real treat to keep an eye on. Joko as well. You know, if he doesn't double up there, that was probably a save. You know, you probably just write that off.
Yeah.
So massive implications from him doubling up, and massive implications on that round as a whole. HEET now up onto 15, and Astralis left 4 spying up against this scoreline.
I can't believe Joko gets away without getting cleared, right? Obviously, it's the tunnel players looking at Carr, going over the smoke, and you know the door guys come out doing the same, looking at Sight, looking at Plat, everywhere but where Joko sat. And it's been no joke. This guy is top of the team right now, top of the server, just below Blame, rather. Ready on this B Molly play. On the first bit of contact, he'll drop it. And Astralis don't have an AK to insta-one-tap him coming around this corner. That's a way you can catch someone doing this util on a jiggle if you just have an AK and you bop him. But with a Galil, there's no way they kill him here. He'll be able to get that util out in time and fall back. And this is going to stop, but not just stop, alert HEET of what's coming. Now the orb's poised perfectly. Smoke is good for Astralis, but there's util to counteract that. They've been burned before. They molly that corner.
They're lobbing it all in now. Lucky back Plat with this AWP. First kill will connect. Needs more. Smoke shot. And with Body here fighting alongside him. Joko in with another. Lucky's there to close. And it will be Lucky snatching Dust 2 away from Astralis. Beautiful scenes here for HEET. It was a slow start to the map, but when we get into that second half, from 5-10 down, they rose to the occasion, streaked 7 together in a row. And even though there was that glimmer of hope for Astralis, that bit of a recovery to tie the game up at 13-13, they didn't let it go any further than that, did HEET. That was a very impressive little comeback. I think everything started to fall into place there towards the end. This is going to be a competitive HEET, one that are looking to bring the energy. And I think we're on our way to a very exciting 3-map series that's set to go the distance.
I don't want to get ahead of myself. I really don't. There's times I've seen people drop the ball in these 2-2 matchups, but man, you would really think that Astralis could come back from this. That being said, excellent beginning to the series for HEET. Considering they went 10-5 down, they pulled it all the way back. The orbs dominating. Very impressive stuff, but can they do it in 2, James? Really?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, Hugo, because it's Ancient on the other side. But this Dust 2, whew, that was pretty damn crazy. There was a world where we were thinking, all right, Astralis, you can just walk away with this early half, their CT side, sure. Then we see a bit of a battle back coming in there. Funny enough, there's a man called Lucky on the French side doing the damage onto Astralis, just sticking the knife in a bit further for it as well. And a few
your attention, spending that moolah, 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 moolah. I'm a chop top in pocket, swolla, 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 swolla. Swolla, 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 swolla. Swolla, 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 swolla. Swolla, swolla, swolla. Swolla, 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 swolla. one life. We only get one life. We only get one life. Let's live it up. We only get one life. We only get one life like this. We only get one life. We only get one life like this. Let's live it up. Take your hands. We only get one life like this. Let's live it up. Take your hands.
really, really good. And the slowdown happened late in the game, late in regulation. Astralis really started to feel the burn. They're going to start T-side of Ancient now. Their T-side of Ancient is no slouch, no laughing matter. Good bit of util purchased up. I think it's important that they're able to find success right away here. Over in mid, HEET are going to come pushing with 3, looking to fight Config, who will get overwhelmed. If they get out, this is insanity. They should get a trade here.
Yeah.
And that decision from Afro to hang around, try fight that, instead of disappearing through the red smoke, has offered up a 4-on-4.
And popping out of A main now. Oh, good timing caught for Farley. Gets body running backwards. Exercise will trade. A 3-on-3 where Astralis were far from committed. They were just working their kills, and now they've got 2 of them. That's going to open up a lot of the map. But which parts? Those are the questions that Astralis need to find the answers to. Waiting for the B aggression bomb on Glaive, going all the way back to A. He could fake it. He could throw utility. Or do they want to join him in Donut? Mid push, going to feed him. P250's tapping away. Blame does some damage. Lucky still wants to fight. But yeah, you've been given a second chance to get out. So HEET will take it back to the bomb site where Glaive, he hears every step of this play walking up and they don't know about him. Lucky still got his eyes on the prize. Glaive announces his presence and can flash his team out Donut. Things are going well right now for Astralis. Lucky could be the pressure player, but smoked out. Astralis should get a plant.
Zips pushed into Temple. And there's a second and third man right around this corner. The flash blinds Zip. It's a really nice layup there out of Exercise. Oko to grab that kill. They spot Blame F back here in Donut, and Glaive has actually left main, peeling all the way back to middle to come and join Blame F. Now he's throwing into this one 1v3. They've heard the footsteps. They know where he is. They get on the bomb. Low players trying to block, and Joker will lock the round in with a double there. HEET find the pistol. They're able to respond. That's in spite of, you know, this kind of fight going down in mid at the same time at the A peak out of Astralis. They were briefly in an advantageous spot there. But some really nice protocols out of HEET just to snatch back these man advantages.
Yeah.
I think the flash play in towards Temple was a very good example of like showing restraint to fall back, give Zip a bit of room only to immediately take it away. And the fact they deal with a double Donut post plant is something that a lot of teams would try and fail to do.
Yeah, the smoke thrown on the fly was very bad in Temple, right? It didn't do anything, to be honest. It just made Lucky buy some time to wait for the flash. And to be honest, Joker was full blind, but he still got that kill. And now Astralis are left with just pistols, not even forcing up, waiting for the buy as soon as they can get it. Blame looking for a B pick. Here's the jump, and scary, but the MP9 will swing. With him in the open, it's free pickings for Joko, 2 kills. Astralis are going to group back up in middle in a 3-on-5, where Glaive again resets, maybe looking for this Deagle back at B. And hoping he can get a plant, but there's no way HEET giving that up in a round like this where Astralis don't have utility to cut off any of these angles. There's a pixel being spotted by body, but he gets one tapped. Not what he had in mind. Wasn't part of the plan. And Farley now wrapping the B site. If he gets one more, this is scary.
I can't go any further than that. And this is also going to keep the triple B play in tow for HEET. They've lost Lucky. Okay.
Just kill him. Yeah.
Glaive dead over at ramp. That's the bomb tumbling away. And so it's all on Config now. Doesn't really have a lot to work with.
Nice.
Lops the A1S out, but now you need to go die. You've got to die here pretty quickly, Config. Moving up the ramp, they don't have to peek him, but they will feel the pressure to do so. I like it. He goes in with the bomb. That's like a nice little detail. If they were going to try and like slime him after time, if they were going to try and wreck him like that, he can just force them to kill him by going for the bomb plant.
That's
It's
nice,
like the one way to make sure they do it. And all in all, another nice round for HEET, right? Dealing with these Deagles, brushing them aside, never getting too worried. This is a nice little CT start. And this time, no kind of slow burners, right? Joko hitting the ground right away. Now a bonus round to be played out. Scouts out, MP9. 3 rifles to boot for HEET, while Astralis at AKs across the board.
Yeah, this is more of their default now. 3 leaning B, but they don't even take lane. They let that util fade before anything happens. Config, don't know if that was on purpose. Maybe he wanted to smoke red, but he just dropped it in front of him in middle. Exercise has all this A control, but he's not going one step further. You don't want to feed the Astralis default. That's a lot of what G2 ended up doing by accident. Players trying to find gaps, walk up on CT side, getting caught by very patient T waiting Astralis players. Exercise does do it, and he gets away scot-free. A kill onto Glaive, and out like a light back to the site. Astralis now split 2-2. Got to work their way in. And with a very heavy B lead, Exercise has to consider more than just main. He's scared of Donut too. That scout is on B watching the flank. Mid completely open, and Exercise shuts the door on A. That is one way to do it. Bomb's getting retrieved now. Zip had to run all the way back through middle, and he's got it. But Astralis have nothing else. A 2-on-5 into the B site, offering up upgrades in around the HEET. You know, we're on bonus, MP9s and scouts. Joko has been seen jumping and throwing the smoke. Blame now knows he's in the corner. He's going to try and scavenge for those rotates. That had to be a kill. Now chances are diminishing. Joko's getting rushed down. He almost pulls nades. Nice spray from Blame, but 10 seconds. Someone needs the plant. Tim's looking for fight. He lines up a couple, but he's all that stands, and sticking it will guarantee they rush him down. Fake out, 7 seconds, and Afro closes. AK's on the ground. It's HEET up to 3.
This is a pretty legit start out of HEET, and a very, very slow one for Astralis. Now, we said that their T side oftentimes looks good. Haven't really had these lurk players finding impact, finding the openers that we often rely on, right? Glaive and Config both getting churned up on their attempt to get out over towards main. And now Astralis down to pistols again, run out through the mid-molly, but the flash is good. Afro and Body, they combine their powers in mid. Mop up the first 2 players in for Astralis. They're still pressuring middle, they're still trying to get out, and Body just not faltering, holds the line.
Yeah, I don't want to like string myself up on Copium too much, but I feel like, okay, yeah, Astralis, this isn't a great start, but even if they don't have this phenomenal 10-round T side and they get 5-6 rounds, I still feel like that's enough, because it is ultimately a very CT-sided map, and Astralis will be comfortable on that favored half. And I think a lot of the question for me in a game like this is, yes, they can definitely do stuff on defense. It's a very free map for that, but once they're on the offense, once they're on the T side, can they replicate some of the rounds that we see out of Astralis? Can they, get away with these executes? Do they have, the same things in store that Astralis have on these defaults? Because, like we said earlier, coming into this game, they've just not faced this level of opposition on a map like Ancient. Maybe coping a little bit, but it is early.
No, I feel you. Ancient's kind of one of these maps where, in terms of actually looking at it, it's hard to contextualize the first half till you get to the end of it, right?
Definitely.
Because while 10-0 can be great, even a couple of T rounds in at the end there suddenly make all the difference.
We've seen some unbelievable comebacks on this map. Even if you remember this, the ecstatic Entropic game, this is one of the reasons we call Entropic one of the best teams on this map. It was like 13, I think it was 14-2 down to Entropic. They swap over, they lose pistol, they swap over, and then they win the game. They pull it back with like a flawless 12-round streak or something.
No,
so
it definitely can happen.
Yeah.
Over here at lane, Lucky's locked it in with a double. A lot of this kind of lurk-style play that Astralis were good at, the defaults that would often net results, have kind of fallen very, very flat on their faces. Maybe the fashion in which HEET have opened this up is the concerning part, right? It's these little things that often find success for Astralis currently haven't offered up anything. Everyone is struggling to make anything work. I kind of wouldn't mind seeing just some all-in, like 5-man B play out of the gate. I know it feels so simple, so basic, and so silly in a sense. Haven't really seen it yet out of Astralis, and for all they know, it's kind of better to get this in early, and make Heat paranoid about that, then leave it till very late in the half as like a last resort.
Yeah, when it's going to be expected as well. I think part of the problem there is if you're doing it in the early round, Heat's going to have so much util, and playing like equal advantage retakes on this map is so good for CT.
This is the round that's kind of meant to culminate in this 5-man B push, right? They've been pretty measured with it. They've taken lane. Joko could actually offer a serious way in here. If he goes 1 for 1, that's not really enough. 1 for none, that's even better. Gets out of there right on the smoke fade. Sucks for Blame. You know, he thought his teammates had ramp, but the lip of the smoke just giving his head away.
Oh, this is such a solid B setup, man. Even one player can just start spamming, and there's another player to cover and correct course. Here's the execute, Harry. You wanted it, you got it. Pistols are coming in. Heat are going to have to give up the bomb site, but smoke spam, bomb plant, denial perhaps. All of these options are open. Nice spray. Fafra gets 1. Config trades with a gun, but still winning this round is going to be a tough ask. Zip in a 1v4, just getting run out right now. All these CTs coming through smokes, and Exercise is 10-0. This is a player we didn't even really talk about in the previous map because it was Joko farming. It was the lucky AWP. It was Afro's resurgence on the CT side. Yeah, but Exercise is now added to that list, and the problems build for Astralis. 6-0. I'm still coping. I'm still holding on to the prospect.
30 kills for Heat.
Quick math.
7 for Astralis.
Yeah, you know, T-side ancient. T-side ancient. Keep huffing. Keep puffing. Keep believing. Believing, and breathing, Harry. Do it all. Oh, the mid-run boost failed, but they go back for it. And, yeah, you get what you deserve at that one. Sometimes you've got to cool off a play. Farley. Double nade. Oh, it's nice. Farley's still here. Config. Cleans
all right,
another.
that's more like it. These are the little successes that can make all the difference. Even though,
what happened?
Even though 1 man got a kill over in cave, it quickly becomes 2. Both Glaive and Blame feed this B site.
Oh, I love this gamble.
Leave it in a 3-on-3. Now they're going to start to lean away from B, lobbing in the ramp smoke. Trying to give the illusion that, yeah, we're still here. We're still holding this line. Config is lurking at A. And he's given a lot of room here. This is kind of a cool idea. You're almost trying to tempt them to go into this stack. You're clearing out middle. You're getting the info that mid looks good. You know they could be on lane. They could be in A. And right now, with all the room that Config has, the temptation might be there in the back of the minds of Astralis to go towards this A site. If they do that, it's a done deal. Zip, dead at lane. Farley might have to go for a long rotation in through spawn. And Exercise should hear this. It's whether or not they're ready for Config. On this big lurk, he hasn't heard it. Farley walked at the perfect timing. And with Config already pushed up, he's in a spot that could win this round.
Oh, they've won it. Astralis should win it. There's nothing else screaming from positions alone that Heat can get back in. It's just going to have to be Exercise. Lucky should just die on the rotate. They still think it's a B play after seeing 2 men at B. That's not the case. Now the penny dropping. Lucky knife out. Does he clear it?
They might, right? When you see Config's up, you know he likes these A lurks. They might check it. Oh. It's coming down to a bit of a coin flip for Lucky. Will he do it? No. He believes it's clear. Config plays the trigger discipline, and we'll tap Lucky out eventually. Farley holding this line, and there to close the door on Heat in that round. It was a cool idea that starts to snowball the wrong direction. Once they spot that double B hold, they get paranoid that that's where Astralis were ending up. And because they gave it up so early in the round, they didn't have info as to whether or not, you know, Config had lurked through the site, how much room had been taken.
Well, that's because in that 3-on-3, they went and took mid, right? And that donut play, you know, he goes off of A for like 5 seconds to assist with a triple mid take. And then in that timing, Config slips through and gets all of that space, and he just read it wrong. You know, can't really blame the read there because they saw the majority of Astralis at B, but it's you've got to be ready for those deep control rounds for Config, for him slipping up top mid going through red. All right, Astralis, they've broken the curse. They're on the board. Better late than never. But Heat has still put up a very solid CT side, and they don't look frightened in these mid rounds as well. Happy to make moves. knowing that, you know, in leaving B in that mid-round, knowing that Astralis, if they're going to go B, they will announce it. They will throw long smoke. They will, you know, put utility into that round. Is this a B rush? Config hasn't bought nades. That implies he's going for an early fight. He's getting flashed into the bomb site. Nice pace change for Config. Quick kill, and the flashes are so assaulting. Heat are kept back. Exercise removed, and Lucky smoked off in the cave. He can try and spam a plant. Does some damage to Glaive, but won't finish the job. And Astralis, a pace change to put them on 2. Oh!
Doesn't even say it's a smoke shot, but it definitely was. Config, hell of a round. And, you know, it just goes to show how even just finding one on the back of, like, finally hitting a timing, getting a bit of a read, what that does to a guy like Config, how it makes him feel like he's now in charge of the game. Runs amok on the B play, and Heat just haven't seen rounds this pacey out of Astralis yet. They were not ready for that. They were not anticipating it.
Yeah, I even just like the little details of if you know you're going to run a play like that, that's the call. Config doesn't buy a shred of utility because he knows either he runs in and instantly dies and then the util never gets used, or he goes in and he kills everyone. And at that point, you don't need the grenades. Your entire team are behind you at B stairs or B ramp, lobbing in the smokes, lobbing in the flashes. So nice pace change for Astralis out of the gate. They catch Heat off with a disrespect play from Config, and it couldn't have been better for Astralis. Now they can certainly build back into this game. It's more of what we were waiting for in this T side, and it seems to be worth the wait. They'll definitely go back to defaulting here, and it's the same setup we've been seeing. This time they smoke all those mollies on B to get the cave control. We'll take a lot of damage on the way out, though, and that nade combo from Body and Lucky does it to Farley. Lucky continues to push through to take that B space, leaving Blame alone in the lane. Bomb is still in safekeeping, back in spawn. Body, this time he's got his gun on the pixel angle. Not wanting to get popped, but Glaive walking through. Exercise kills Config, walking out of A. Glaive does slip the net, but Lucky seems aware.
Yeah, lovely little double up for the trade. Bomb dropped outside of the B doors, and Blame F, last guy left standing, walking through cave. Bit of a shame he doesn't have that bomb. If he did, he gets this B opener, which he does. This would have been a plant here and a chance in the 1v3. Instead, he's going to be left looking for gunfights, kind of all that's left for him in this round. There's no going back. He will try get the bomb. He's being given room. Lane player of Body could just collapse upon him as he crosses back, but Body's reserved. They're giving him a lot of space here. They're just looking to play the 3v1. Imagining, you know, they're thinking to themselves, like, why hasn't he planted yet? What's happening here? What's happening with this guy? They almost don't buy it. And this silence gives Blame F a chance at the 1v1, but he will fall just a little bit short.
One tendency I'm liking from Heat is when they have these man-up positions, they are giving up the B-bomb site. And that's because you know that of all the places to contact, to lurk, to walk in this map, B is not the place, right? Like, Astralis can walk up mid, they keep hitting timings, Glaive getting red there with no one seeing it, walking out of A main, something Config's been doing. But the last thing you're going to do is walk out cable or walk up B ramp. There's just so many crossfires, there's so many angles to clear. You know, the AWP is so free on that bomb site. So Astralis kind of have to execute B, and Heat know that. They're making really good reads. You've got to start 3B to stop this rush, especially after Astralis set the precedent that we can just power through this bomb site. Lucky has a little gap, but now the smoke fades, he has to give it up. Maybe replenish it. It's a double setup in Jag right now. Pressure for Astralis, but Config Glaive working mid and A. And again, in no hurry are the T's right now. If the CTs make a move, it could be problematic. Lucky's going to smoke that, but it gives himself a nice, tasty gap to still fight here with a teammate by his side. Zip's going to walk in. Oh, Joko's stuck now, drops a smoke. Do Astralis respect him? Bonnie comes out, they can just assault it with bullets. Joko crosses back. He should not be alive. And now at 50 seconds, Astralis take mid to climb up ledge.
Oh, Config's trying to get tricky with it.
they see him?
I don't think they did. I think he leapt over the top. I think that actually worked.
Wow.
He got past Exercise, who was waiting down in Donut, and as far as HEET are concerned, there shouldn't be a red player.
Got to consider it at all times. It's all down to the timing of Config making this play.
Look, man, if Config being here means they've got 2 guys worried about CT, that's a win for Astralis, who now look to make their way up the ramp into the site. Joko hidden in this smoke, trying... I was going to say to deny the bomb, but he's on 6 points of health, 5 points of health rather. He's just trying to stay alive. He just wants to survive this journey. And as that smoke fades, now out in the open, Afro ready for the CT wrap, but he's all alone. He's got to get out of there. Farley's even coming hunting. He wants that AWP.
Yeah, if you're wondering what Config got up to and what his position meant, it actually killed both A rotators who walked in through mid. They wanted to flank Astralis on the lane, and Config shoots them both. He doesn't even go and activate for the B play. He doesn't even try and backstab from red. He just kills rotates, and that's a really, really nice way to deny any way back into that round for HEET. And at the moment, the B entries are looking really nice for Astralis. Even without Config there, they're able to crack open the site, the smoke exec, 3 CTs in position. Astralis continue to find ways into this T half, but HEET still have a solid CT lead. This is so up in the air, though. As you said, and I think you put it really well when you talked about how this first half doesn't really matter until you see the second. You don't really know the effect of it. If Astralis have a dominant T side, you go, well, can HEET repeat it? Probably not. But if they have a par for the course, a 4, 5, 6 round T side, you go, well, it's hard to know what's going to happen. It's hard to tell if they're going to close it. You would imagine they could, but can they lay that foundation, the bare bones? Not there yet, but this is the money on the line.
Yeah, if Astralis win this round, their T side is already like up to par, really. You know, it's going to break the money of HEET. It's going to allow Astralis to go 5-7 in this game and have HEET constantly just 1 round away from being broken, which is always a thing of beauty. It's a very commanding spot to be in. Config winning this main fight, and I mean, even in terms of the ebb and flow of this game, like, you're feeling Config lurks at A's, finding the impact that we're used to seeing this round, right? They actually look to explode in on the back of it with him. This Deagle on body. Oh, it's clean. That's a lovely double up, and he's taken a man advantage round for HEET. Out of the blue, it's the Deagle doing the bulk of the damage. Glaive might have dealt with the man over in Donut, but Afro, so patient in this position. He could have elected to trade. He could have elected to swing. Now he goes creeping out. This means the info is gained very, very quickly that it's no longer the A play. Astralis think they're being cute right now, think they're being sneaky. In reality, HEET know everything.
Yeah, Joko's won this right off position. Oh, the jump's not great, but they shouldn't have heard it. And either way, he knows if they're not late mid, they have to be going all the way around the world. Will he stay for the fight and do Astralis trade it? Glaive is low. If he goes in first, it's a freebie, but he's waiting for them to cross pass. Surprise, surprise. Zip shot in the back, and Glaive now has to stick it for CT, but it's a wall bang from the lane. Joko closes it with 2. Great check for Afro, man. Just hiding there in Temple, not trading his teammates, not playing for anything but what he wanted, which was the bomb plant. And as Astralis slink back into A main, he gets all that info to poise Joko for the round.
Yeah, I actually really love that decision. You know, in the moment, it's scary because every bone in your body tells you that, like, CS 101, he should be trying to trade that. But if he swings out and they're both there and then dies and it's left in this 1v1, things can get super weird. Instead, like you say, plays for the bomb plant, plays for the round win, gets all the info. And so HEET, they never should have won that. They only had a couple of guns, and they weren't even the things that did the bulk of the damage there. It's an A pop out of Astralis. There's a third man here in Joko. On default with a double, but he will get Molotov'd out. Still, he's given HEET a reason to give this round a look in. Afro already in Temple. Lucky pushing the CT smoke. Afro now smoked up out of the round. They're actually pushing him. They're pressuring him. And they try to slip on by. Lucky waiting over in This little CT corner, will this go unaccounted for? They've heard that AWP fire off. They don't know where the second man is. Farley is fared with the CT peak, and Lucky now making a bit of noise. It goes a long way. Zip turns back into the site, and normality is restored. That 5-man A push out of Astralis works wonders.
Yeah, I love that. I love that slowdown there for Astralis as well. Look how much it puts the fear in Heat that they're getting flanked, right? That Orb's watching CT. They feel the need to peek, to get info, to try and even things out in a 3-on-2. Don't know if someone's crawling up mid-late, taking red. All they saw was all this utility, and Glaive with a lovely double entry to get him in. Now Mac 10s, they're going fast again. This time it's out middle. Glaive's running him up. Deagle can't do it this time for Body, and a double kill for Config. Lots of different players finding these openers for Astralis, but as long as they're finding them, who cares who it is? This force buy is going to leave Heat lacking near the end of the CT side, and Astralis, I mean, if they break this round, which they certainly look like they should, they're going to be on to a very nice T side indeed. Not quite a 12-3, but 7 could do. And this one at least guarantees 6 with a full eco coming up. Heat have to play for round 15. Right now, Astralis are poised to just shuffle these last couple of kills past the keeper.
Well, Glaive's about to get the info.
Yep.
There we go, now he knows. They're both donut guys. And Astralis are actually moving into this position. They're going to take the bomb away, but everyone else is hunting. Everyone else is trying to just deal with Lucky, keep him boxed in. And so there's that swing from Zip that will seal the deal on the round. Astralis, this is now like kind of, you know, a par for the course T-side. And anything further than that, which, as you correctly pointed out, 6th feels basically done. Anything more than that is on its way to a good T-half.
Zip's got the spawn smoke. Doesn't need to take a second to line it up. It's like doing Mirage top mid. Just doesn't mean means he doesn't have to delay it. T's don't have to wait. They can immediately take that mid control. Config, he got those openers last time. He's going to go back for it again. But he won't be alone. Coming from ledge side is Blame, bit of a whiff, but Mac 10 at range, the rifle will do it justice. And only USPs get picked apart by Astralis, just Afro on B. They'll give him a haircut eventually. Really relying on this last round now for Heat to keep a heavy lead. Not too sure what they're going to have prepared for their T side, as this should be their most difficult ancient game yet, but they're still rising to the occasion. Big flank for Afro, only a Mac 10 to find in middle. He's hoping for a gun left in spawn by accident, but Astralis ain't making no mistakes.
It's kind of interesting. You know, this Astralis T side isn't very like exec heavy, right? It's a lot more about just having these kind of. It's a lot more about having, you know, guys go out, kind of seek some fights by holding key areas like A main, like B lane. You know, maybe go for like the early pick over in middle, and then just kind of, you know, playing on the back of that, out rotating your opponents, out braining them. Curious to see if he, you know, fit the more, I would say, typical exec style play here on this map.
You know, and Astralis are trying to define their meta. There isn't one on this map. There isn't a clear, you know, solution on T side. No one's been consistent. Even Astralis, you know, they had a great run at Kato on this map specifically. I don't think they lost it at Kato. They beat a bunch of teams, even G2 here as well. But it's about being consistent. It's about keeping it up. And so they're still trying to find the way to do that. Config, are they really going to get him in red again? Body looks aware. Does he know though? Is it certain? No. Oh, he's scared of this corner. And Config just nails the headshot. Full B lane here for Lucky and friends as Heat have this space. Joker getting flashed through, but they're lining up everything, including with their guns out. Blame. Anti-flash behind the box, ready for that fight. It's a nice try for Heat, but they might get caught again rotating.
Oh, I thought Exercise would be able to hear them there. They're so close to one another. And as this aggression comes in more and more, you know, I say I like Astralis. They haven't done anything super exec heavy yet. It feels like the aggression, it just very much feeds the beast in this scenario, man. A little bit awkward, lucky. 1v3. As Blame F in the back line, still over at ledge. Farley holding the deep angle, going to be hard to get past this. Yeah, sleepwalking it. That's nice and easy for Farley. So, you know, towards the end, Astralis very much finding their footing. And an 8-7 half, that is brilliant considering how this all started, right? 6-0 was looking very, very clean for HEET. And then I think, you know, problems started to emerge as we got more aggression, honestly. As fights started getting given to these Lurk players, the flash through the B doors, I kind of like, you know, it's kind of a cool idea. It's sick because you know that they're like trying to establish this default. You're trying to clear that area of the map and then play around the info that you've got. You've got lane control. But I mean, a part of me just wonders, like, a lot of teams are fine having lane. They don't feel the pressure to go any deeper than that, right? They don't feel the pressure to take doors. So maybe a bit of an overstep there in that last round.
But let's compare those T sides, Harry. Let's see how HEET fare in the second half now, because, you know, eight rounds, it's fine, it's decent, but yeah, it's hard to call them favorites right now with Astralis finally cracking the nut near the end of their T side. Pistol is everything, nothing new there. Config's going to clear middle completely. The default spread looks similar to how Astralis have been doing it, but then we're taking mid from the lane. Config's tucked in. He is committed. They've got to clear this. There's so many angles. They will check. Dropping in. Config spamming. Recovers it well, but out of ammo. It's only one. Here's the repeat. Farley is so fast, and he gets two with the bomb at his feet. Farley, any more? Perhaps there's a tap, and it's only exercised in the sight. Not for long. Astralis work out how to win that round with some beautiful shots out of the USPs from Farley.
From cracking nuts to busting heads, you know, things are looking good right now. Beautiful round for Farley, man. Makes me excited that he might be this kind of, you know, aggro donut AWPer. Something I used to love from the likes of someone like Monacy on this map. A tantalizing prospect. Oh, that's some O down in middle. The SMG's getting stuck in.
You die mid, I'll plant A. But good luck planting on this map. It's not happening, Joko. Easy pickings for Astralis. 4 up and 9 rounds now. They take the lead back for the first time this map. It was a strong start for HEET, but that quickly dripped down into Astralis' favor. A 6-0 lead. Now a 9-8 scoreline. Here's the buy round. Here's the start for HEET.
Yeah, I think honestly, you know, Joko's still keeping up a really good performance, but I think Body and Lucky are going to have to fill some of this void, right? As like these very, very tenured players in the server. Because Exercise, he was having this great start. He was 10-0, if you remember.
Yep.
Now 11-10. That's a 1-10 past that first 6-round point. So very much, you know, not an ideal position to find yourself in.
They would have loved to go, but Glaive doesn't leave a second's gap between the smoke and the molly. Primes it quickly. Meanwhile, B lane getting taken. This all gets heard, but there's a second player there. All zip. He needs to get back to the bomb site. He'd love to trade that kill, but with no util and, you know, being alone on B with blaming Cave, he can't afford to give HEET a reason to run up ramp. Now there's a heavy rotate for Astralis, but HEET must have heard this. They've snuck out a main. Config's got donut, so any steps will be heard from this position. He's going to have to send the bomb all the way back through spawn. Lane again getting crunched by Astralis, and look at them go. They catch everyone with their backs turned. Afro wasn't even watching ramp. Exercise does find the back of Config coming in through donut, but they push the molly. They beat him to middle. Glaive barely makes it out. 10 health. Rotate running. Joko's here, and it's the double push through A that Astralis didn't expect. Again, this bomb is still very scarily located, as Glaive should hear it run, but he's been spotted getting out from donut.
Yeah, he thinks he's been sneaky. He thinks he's found a gap. You ain't found no gap, Glaive. Shot in the back of the head. Joko having a beautiful round here. Going to start to run up up to Donut, rather, and is bested by Zip.
Oh.
Bomb plant having to go down safe. Zip walking in, trying to close the distance, and that's clean. Zemnix with a lovely round. Been a while since we've gotten nice clutches out of this guy, and that is a pivotal 1v2.
Dude,
big moment for Zip.
What a call for Astralis to go back down the ramp as well after losing all of that space in A. They completely catch Heat off guard. Afro's watching nothing in that moment. He's so tucked in, and this is one of the big problems with B lane in this map. It feels like, you know, either teams are too committed to holding that ramp push and getting caught by ledge and cave and, you know, lane peaks, or it's the other way around and they get timed going up towards Jag. Heat just get backstabbed there, bullied by Astralis. No fear on that repush. And now they're lining up an X-Egg, just flashes over the top. Zip blinded. There's maybe an entry here that can get out of control, but he doesn't allow it. Farley doubles up, and this is nice and clean on the B site for Astralis. No pistol success, 11-8, and you're already starting to see this map be pieced together for the Danes.
Yeah, something that I think is really, really cool, right? We kind of said, like, how Astralis, they look more like kind of this default-heavy team on this map, one that hinges around, like, different lurkers, different prongs of pushes, finding success. Contrasting that to what we've had out of Heat. While they did have that rifle round that relied heavily on an A-lurk that created a lot of space, in the rounds where they are going for these executes, and something that Astralis even did in the round where the A-lurk came in, is they respond to the utility almost immediately by just fully rotating, by pulling everybody over. It's something you're going to note as all this util starts to pour over A. I can imagine Astralis want to start moving bodies over quickly. However, Afro has made the first hit the deck. They're holding on to the donut. Smoke goes in. Now everyone's starting to rotate over, but with 2 quick kills coming in, Heat might have done enough already. Astralis shouldn't even attempt this one. They're relegated to the save.
Dude.
And that is an explosive A round out of Heat. Astralis, they were able to get away with one like that over in their T-half. Just a 5-man bulk A push with a bit of util sprinkled in over the top.
Yeah, it was, for Astralis, it was nice, you know, variance or variety of setups on this T side, from slow defaulting to here and there, running a config entry B round or a Glaive running out A main round. But they haven't had success anything. That was just brute force, desperate, and double entry to do it. Afro, you know, CT AWPing on this map is very fun, but it didn't feel like he had it nearly enough or even had impact when it was in his hands. So to see him just crouch peek Glaive on the AWP there and delete him is very, very nice. We remember Afro's activation towards the end of Dust 2, the quietest in the server, came in with 2 big 3K rounds on rifle rounds to shut Astralis out of their first map pick. It was even Glaive AWPing there over Farley. I don't know if that was spawn-based, but he began in middle while Farley started B, and Glaive just gets destroyed on that first peak, even running and gunning config through donut smoke. I mean, Astralis weren't ready for that pace, but now they will be. A disrespect round like that really puts things you know, back in check, forces early utility out of the CTs, make sure they can't get too comfortable at the start of the round. But it's unlikely you see that back to back to back for a team like Heat or for anyone on this map.
Yeah, you know, the pace change is like a really good trump card, you know, like in the same way that it worked for Astralis brilliantly when they switched up the pace. It's good, but you kind of only get to pull 1 or 2 of those punches throughout the T-half of Ancient, right? If you try to run another one of these fast rounds, it starts to get predictable. Astralis start to get warmed up to that idea, so you're probably going to go back to something a little bit slower here. Right, trying to take this lane control.
Yeah, they missed all of those grenades. My God, that was a total disaster for Heat. They threw a molly on ramp, it missed. They threw a smoke on ramp on the molly, it also missed. And so they just smoked themselves off. One was already down anyway, but this only further delays their lane take. And now with Afro, you know, running, entering AWP like that, I wonder how he's going to be able to find impact in a slower round off this AWP. Farley has got his gun of choice back. Glaive has given it to him. And he'll be on A. Blame's the one taking B peaks, but yet to see them. They're getting closer, however. Don't get caught with nades out. Oh, Blame flashed out again, catching Lucky, and just low enough, but not in position to get traded. He sneaks back. Astralis have just left B. Completely empty. It's just Zip playing back of long. And hey, it's not a bad call because HEET are trying to poke their head into middle. Astralis could crunch them.
Oh, Glaive's now been spotted in red.
Oh, dang.
One's going to step up to the mark to try and deal with him, and it will be Body running them down. This is the bomb on the back of Exercise going into Donut. Oh, that's a lovely flick on a config. And can't quite follow up. Farley will even drop his teammate in the meantime. Glaive up close. It's a bit of damage, dropping the bomb, but he's traded after one. Farley, 41 points of health. They know he was in Temple. That Molly forces a swing out of him, and he's got to reposition. Can't stop the bomb plant. Can't do anything about that. He now trying to deal with this AWP. They're right up in his face. They're right next to him. Farley just not giving them this fight. Body will get no scope, but lives to tell the tale. He's the one that got away. And Afro's there to help out in the meantime.
Oh, I felt like Farley did enough, man. He stalled so long trying to buy time for his teammates. 10 seconds on the plant for Body, and then he just goes on to destroy every rotate. Forget Farley up close. He's the one feeling the burn, feeling the pressure with that shotgun AWP. They just pick his teammates around him, and then Farley gets dropped by the AWP on the T side to close. Wow, that's a hell of a steal there out of HEET. Should not be winning that round, but some beautiful shooting from Exercise to entry config here, flicking, and it was fast indeed. To Glaive in a one-and-done spot, blinded after the first. Just very nice shooting from Body. And HEET are keeping this one competitive. It's not my worry of, oh, will HEET be able to stand up on the T side? Will they be able to out-rotate Astralis? They've had some rush rounds. Defaults have been paying off, even with that being a 5-on-4 and untraded by Blame, who took full lane control, got a pick, got out. Astralis even left B. They had an early rotate. They knew what was going on. They still lose it.
Dude, this is wild, right? At 10-11, Astralis is still on the CT side. They're still favorites, but you've got to say that if he are able to win this map, then this is such a legit series win for them. This would be crazy. Oh, hang on a moment.
Oh, careful. This is the AWP.
Hang on a moment. The AWP's here. Caught ahead. Lucky, good for a double. And Afro's going to help out. So the danger is eliminated. And it should all now just kind of fall into place. HEET are going to tie this up at 11-11. But as I was saying, right, if they can win this in 2, this is legit as hell. Regardless of your thoughts on this Astralis squad and how it compares to the last one, whatever you want to say, whatever your opinion, you've got to admire that their Ancient is normally stellar, right? It is normally nigh on perfection, you know, out of this squad. And, you know, just ask G2. They kind of learned about that the hard way, right? Getting dominated by Astralis here. Now, if HEET were able to pick this up and win it on Astralis' best map, on a map that they look so comfortable on, to 2-0 them, to make it to the major, to deny Astralis a major slot, I don't know, I'd be lost for words. It would actually be remarkable. Like, this is already one hell of a path that HEET are attempting to walk. And the only way it could get even better is with a 2-0 here.
Yeah, just to pick up on some of these wins that Astralis have had as well on this map, to contextualize their performances. It all started back at Kato. They had a 10-round T-side against Big. They closed it out. They went on a massive streak on this map at that event, dropping ends. Fnatic, G2, even took it on in Pro League, beating Furia, Heroic, Complexity. You know, their only recent losses are to players in Na'Vi, one of them dominant against Na'Vi, who were, you know, best in the world at the time. And yeah, these have been legit wins for Astralis. Even that extremely dominant T side last night against G2 to make this a 3-map series. This is not going to be, you know, an undervalued win for HEET if they can do it, but they're only just beginning, Harry. Astralis getting started on another rifle round. HEET taking some damage on that cross. They had to smoke mollies. Astralis were doing the same. Blame wall-banging Body through the wood. And that's how you want to start it. Config late smoke, but he will live. Can he survive longer? Glaive comes through over the top of Red to help him out. 2 picks for Astralis, set up for a round. This should be no way back for HEET.
Oh, hang on a moment. Config gives one over in middle. Still the aggro Blame over here. That molly means they don't need to clear right, and they're ready for a left side swing. Blame is gone. This was a 5v3. Oh, HEET now walking caves. Zip dead over a B ramp. Joko will get traded after the first, but Glaive is the lone B-side defender, and he's wiped off the slate. It's only Farley. Very far removed from the B site. Lucky is low.
Look at this.
Afro half health. The bomb going down. over inside of B. Farley up through lane on this wrap round. The A1S is his friend here with these guys already tagged up. They've got one hell of a crossfire specifically centered around the cave. They're not even really considering this CT wrap. And so Farley, there should be no getting through this. There should be no chance. No matter how you try to slice it, once he swings, he is a dead man, and he doesn't even want to give it a go. Heat are now in the lead at 12-11 after turning around a 3v5.
That should not be happening. Incredible round out of Heat. Incredible. All beginning with this AWP flick from Afro. It's not like he's coming in, Harry, with some monstrous AWP game where he's coming in 3K'ing every round, but it feels like Afro is activating on this T side. He started the T side streak with that rush pick out A main onto Glaive. He closed the 2-on-1 on Temple as well. Now he closes this one, starts this one off in a 3-on-5 by picking a mid player, and Blame had to peek, man. He couldn't hide in that corner with right side getting mollied. You know Heat are about to clear left anyway. It's Blame trying to beat them to the punch, and it all just starts falling apart. Dejoko hits a blinder up in that B corner, and now it's Astralis' money on the rocks. They don't even have the util to stop this lane take. It's all the mollies coming out from Heat. They deny aggression towards Jag. A molly up ramp. Blame in the open, yet again, trying to use his 5-7 up close, could get this pick, and he does. Doesn't want to double down and get the gun, but meanwhile they sneak, they slink into B. It's empty right now. Glaive's tucked in on long. Dejoko, so many crossfires, so many angles to clear, and there's the first.
Oh man, this is a lovely bit of room. Like, getting up B is so hard, and this guy makes it look so easy. Just Farley who burns in the volley down in middle, and Heat, they're the ones on fire now. They're the ones turning this up, 13-11. They're getting hyped. They're believing that they could 2-0 Astralis. They could deny this legendary organization a spot at the major. What a fall from grace that would be.
Yeah, they got to keep their heads in it right now, because we're seeing Heat shout, you know, cup in hands over mouths, screaming over the wall. They're trying to get right in the head of Astralis. This game is not done, but Heat are trying to make it so. I did not think a 2-0 was what we had on our plate today. I don't think anyone did. Best of all, least of all, Astralis. Farley back on the AWP, playing float, rotating back red. Mid has been absent all round. Heat have not poked their head though. Flash up through the B lane, gets Zip off this angle. Blame, he's been successful on spams, but not this time. Heat are using a lot of util to keep him passive, and he's still fighting for this position. He doesn't want to go back to cave. He wants to go forth into the fight.
He's looking forward to these two here. Oh, he might just get melted. He has a teammate to try and back him up. Zip!
Nice.
We'll hold the line. That is so important out of Zip this. Body cannot trade it. Exercise given room to go and take red. He's found a gap here. Has Exercise on his little jaunt up through middle. They've even dealt with Zip over in the cave. Now mid is being held. Blame F here, but that's not going to make it any easier. Exercise now with a chance to make it by, but he will get cancelled out. Config holds the line. A missed shot for Farley as the pressure is building. This AWPer, this untested player brought to his knees. Config moving in, is sideswept from long. And so it's only Glaive left standing. 1v2. It's a very similar situation to the one we saw Farley in, right? A low HP body. Afro, the man with health. Double AWP. They're both looking to wield it. And Glaive, well, Farley didn't give this a go. Glaive has got experience. He's got tenure. This guy knows a thing or two about how to play these clutches, and he's got to show it now. Fires off. They know where he is. And Body's there to lock him out. 4 kills. 4 kills to find 14 now. 4 Heat. They are running away on this T side. They are running away with this series. And for Astralis, it's all starting to dawn on them. Yeah. They didn't think it was possible. They didn't think this is how it would go. But they might not make it to the major in Antwerp.
It was G2 to take this team down yesterday, right? 2-1. Astralis fought tooth and nail. They put up a fight throughout the entire series. They dominated Ancient, Harry. They went to overtime on Vertigo, and we said to ourselves, it's fine. They put up a good fight. G2, we expect to see them there in that legend spot. For Astralis, it was, yeah, they'll get another go. They'll get to play tomorrow. They'll come in as favorites. They'll win it. And now they are 2 rounds away from elimination in the RMR in this final matchup, the final placing. It's not just the new boys of G2 to do it to Astralis, it's the old boys as well, Lucky and Body. back in a full French squad.
This is insanity.
And doing their nation proud.
To think as well that, like, Astralis, they had chances. They had so many chances. They were 2-0. They couldn't do it versus players, couldn't do it versus G2. Competitive in both of those series, and the most dominant one yet might come from this plucky underdog team that were orgless for so long.
Yeah, if there's one thing we've already learned, Harry, is these orgless teams pick them up, put them in their place, because Zip, he's going to get aggressive and at least shut down two. Molly out, got to be careful. Afro traps him in the corner but doesn't capitalize. Zip can still escape until Afro takes that angle back. Zip's calling for support. Moving in is Farley, trying to come down the ramp with another bit of util. Glaive's going to stop a mid lurker. Body can't do anything about this. Let's look back to middle. Farley's aggressed. Afro might just be giving them an AWP here. Quick shot. Can he escape? Oh, yes!
Oh!
Afro hits them both!
He shouldn't be winning that. Now he's low on health, but that's not going to deter him. Will get shut down by Config over at short. Body isn't able to trade it. Now finds himself all alone. He's got to try and clutch, where normally he's been the guy shutting these down. And Config will get the better of him. That is a damn good attempt, right? Another one of these 2vx's, this time a 2v4 that they almost find success in. God. I've got to say, as this is going on, it's clear that Farley is starting to feel the pressure, right? This guy was putting up crazy numbers on Dust. He had an all right start here on Ancient, nothing really to write home about, and we were hoping he could be that missing piece of the puzzle in these last few rounds. Couple of sitters getting missed, couple of shots that he would have hit earlier on in the series not going his way. Flashes over this A site now. Farley needs to hold the line. Blinded. Good for the first. Makes it a double. That's more like it. Give him the AWP. And look what he does. 3 in the round. And Farley not giving up without a fight. Forget I said a word. Look at him go. He's in with the ace.
That's not luck. That is skill. Quick shots for Farley. Solo on the site. No cover to hide behind by the box. And he puts up all 5. He try to go back to what worked earlier. The little A pop that would. But no space in this site. Only Farley. That is some beautiful shooting. This game's not done. Don't let underdogs get ahead of yourself when you hit 14 coming into a matchup like this. Astralis have got the tenure, like you say. They're not going to give up. They're not going to go down without a fight. And this game longs on. It's screaming 30 rounds, Harry. Off that eco win. That was the best chance. That was the only, not the only chance, but the best chance that this squad of Heat was going to have to close out the map. And it's Zip double down the ramp side to close out a 4-on-2. And now Farley's got the big green and he's putting it to use. Astralis were given a lifeline. They have hung on. And there's still more rounds to be played, but lose this now, Heat. Lose it without a bomb plant, and suddenly your favourites no longer.
Oh, mate, at least that round is going to serve to get Farley pumped again, right? He's now right back, channeled in, believing all over again. For Heat, this is everything on the line. This is all the marbles, all the money. One of the last times they might find themselves in the lead. They can't keep the good times rolling in. Stacked up outside of B, it's pretty measured early on. Exercise trying to lurk through A. Hoping he can find a bit of a gap. These wallbangs from Blame just work to apply a bit of pressure. And keep these guys trapped down on the lane. Flash goes through, they're running at him, and they will get that trade at least. That's something to go off of. 4-on-4, you don't need to go fast yet. You could try and make Astralis sweat, see what Exercise can get away with on this lurk.
A headshot angle is good for the AK at least. If Exercise can be pinpoint. Glaive behind the box, moving out of position. Exercise just sees him. He knows he's got a bit of room now to work with. His Config, who's been donut all CT side long, having a great game as well. The rest of the team trying to punch out on B. Config sees Exercise and deals with him. Farley missed shot. That AWP rallies off. Dejoko moves up through the ramp, but Zip from range can pick him apart. Oh, it's a messy spray, but he gets it down. Bomb drop. AWP as well as Lucky shoots him through the bloom of that smoke. Glaive is still here. Firing shots with Zip. Bomb plant is going to come in now for Heat, but Astralis have the numbers, and Config has great timing on a flank. Oh dear. Smoke shots for Glaive. Some things never change.
Yeah, rolling it back. Afro now, 1 versus 3. And still no idea where Config is in amidst all of this. Getting walked on through the cave. Afro. starting to piece together where he is. They're going to peek him close. Miss shot. And now they get even closer. Smoke down. That's a no-scope. They're on the bomb, though. He needs to move up. He needs to get them off of it. And there simply isn't time. Zip. He'll provide the overwatch. Astralis have tied this game up at 14 all.
Oh, are we screaming nuke? Are we screaming Danes on a third map? Maybe. That's what Astralis are praying for right now. HEET maybe a bit ahead of themselves, still regretting dropping to that anti-force buy that should have and could have been the series, been the elimination. Instead, HEET were going to that third map a little bit shell-shocked. And they've got to play for overtime in this one. No shutting it out now. Fast out mid. Tech9's running right. Config not checked. Easy spray down. 3 kills. And that is exactly what Astralis needed.
Feels like it's all clicking into place, doesn't it? Only one man left. Body's gone. And so Astralis reach 15 after all. For a moment there, for a brief moment, it looked like Astralis were in deep water, were in big danger, were about to be removed from the major.
Yeah, but 6 rounds in a row on this T side.
Looking to turn it all around, aren't they? Looking to turn it all around. And for HEET, they're in a position that, so many teams have found themselves in, where you've had your chances, you've had your opportunities, and now that threat of a third map looms in the back of your mind. You caught that Saw game, you know how heartbreaking these series can be. You know how one round could stick with you forever. And who knows, that little anti-eco that they fall down to, that could be HEET.
Dear oh dear. So many teams, they want to get ahead of themselves at 14, and they will pay that price. Farley's AWP has come alive on the CT side. Deep B smoke, instant out of spawn, making sure this lane control does not come freely to HEET. Config, he has just been dominant in middle. Again, taking that space. Mollies are down in front of the smoke, so HEET will take some chip damage on their lead up. Body, gotta watch out. Config's got a gap in mid. They're running into B. They're not waiting around. This is a 5-on-5 execute into the B bomb site. No hesitation here for HEET, but maybe there should have been. Glaive has picked one off the mark. Zip follows up. Double kill on the trade. Not a 3v5 though. Not one Zip wants to give up. And this might just be map 3. It's one man and Config smoke walks to close it out.
Oh yes, Astralis, they're believing all over again. The 4 30 rounds is what it takes, but it does mean this series, this torch is carried forward onto Nuke as the 3rd and final map in this series. We end up in a middle ground, but one that this Astralis squad used to reign supreme on. They're going to have to roll back the years with guys like Glaive, Smokeshot, and with Zip being an integral part of round 30, the one that put Astralis up onto 16. Oh, I'm feeling all sorts of ways about this one. And for HEET, you know, now it's kind of a question of mentality. Right now it's a question of bouncing back, building back stronger into a 3rd map when you definitely had chances, when you had opportunities to steal it here on Ancient.
That is a nightmare map, Harry, a nightmare for HEET and for Astralis. I mean, it's not just the old boys, the old squad of the 5 classic Danes. It's a blame perfect map. It's one Config's going to be unleashed on.
I just follow my path, I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
Legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired. This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it. The end is in our sights. The future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we are doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. Three, two, one. Hardwired. disconnect.
Thinking all I did was wrong. Guess you got all you wanted. Yeah, I don't know, suddenly you're gone. You'll never be forgotten. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me wrong. Guess all you left me wrong. Guess all you left me wrong. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. In retrospect, I could have paid attention. I could have tried harder, been smarter, deep water, I'd be drowned. I should have felt the tension. I overreacted and acted childish, impacted us all around. When you were pushing me away, I should have tried to give you space and get out of your way. How did I not see this coming? You leaving one day. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me wrong. Guess all you left me wrong. Guess all you left me wrong. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind.
So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You Should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins. Won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. Storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control it in my bones. I'm coming for it, coming for it. Coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. These days ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now. Baby, our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
Fake out. Exercise is cleared upper. The bomb is B, but will it come up the vent? Seems like it. Clay falling in.
No.
Doesn't even make it to the ground alive. And now he can get the plant.
Astralis 3v5 shouldn't even be a way back in. If they manage to craft one, it will be something else. Stacked up. Ready to pull up and do some damage as config on this USP, but with time already having ticked away from them. It's looking rough, looking undoable. Heat aren't overextending, and they've even got a guy wrapping hell, so should be a done deal. Blame F on the main play. Even though he gets one, it's probably the end of the line, and Heat now looking to run away with this pistol. Nothing that Blame F can do here. They're hounding him down, and he will take everyone to the grave, but it's still a Heat round.
Yeah, nice fake out there. They're playing both sides at the same time, right? Obviously getting down Secret with that opening kill. And I think a lot of the info comes from Joko and Ramp. He sees that double setup for Astralis. He knows their point of rotation. They instantly fall down. He hears them from radio. And then Heat with one man walking out upper just calls that rotate back. And they fly up vent to win the round. So nice stuff. This is going to be a game of cooling mid rounds, right? Of who's going to be slipping in fakes, who's going to be outbraining the other, and while we obviously hold Glaive very highly in that regard, with some assistance from Blame as well. Heat, they've already surprised, they've already impressed, so nothing is off limits here. Shotgun in Heart, lucky is very lucky to not have pushed forward and walked into it. I like an auto. Can't forget getting cheeky. Already leaving the lobby to go back late outside for smokes. Delaying it in case of pushes in yard or a nade setup. They'll be lining up a wall now. Say that they've only got 2 smokes left, so it won't be much of a wall. They need someone else to drop one. Joker picks it up and will probably just right-click it on the fly, it seems.
Smoke's now landing. They try to make it down. That's a lot of damage out of BlameF on the smoke spam. Oh, he's going to get one. Ouch. That was guaranteed. Exercise on the receiving end as he tries to cross back. The man who was tagged the lowest going to get brought to his knees now. Double setup down lower. Astralis looking to bring the heat right away. In this 4th round, Farley going to drop one more from play.
Ouch.
The auto shotgun in Hut is deceptively overpowered. It's incredibly strong. Flashing towards the site. Zip dead. However, they're getting fast wrapped by Glaive. With just a body left standing, he might leave this body bagged. BlameF to find him with a double. And Astralis steal it back right away with the force. Dude, the auto shot Ian Hut, I genuinely think it's like it ludicrously strong. Yeah. The only way that you're going to falter is either by utility, like getting nade stack, getting naded, or if you kind of give into your own temptation to go pushing. That's like literally how you lose that. If you just hold like Config did, there's very little that someone swinging that can actually do.
Yeah, and these rounds are the roughest, right? When you lose second and you put down on pistol armor, 1,400 bucks, nothing. Grab a flash, but Zip is nice and passive, and Farley from range should have been good for 2. Exercise instead taps him with no helmet. It's easy. Luckily enough, that other ramp player makes it down to be safe, and Config is even ready to help out, but Zip says he's fine. Config stays in the vent to enable that rotation back upper, and HEET looks like they are going for B very late. They've got one smoke to lob in one of these doorways. Zip trying to get anchored down at the back of the bomb site. Config falls back down the vent to join him, and Zip just trying to buy time. That smoke falls very short. It bounces on the lip of the plant spot. Lucky gets the entry, but Config's actually using the smoke to his advantage. Will they be ready for this play? He's hiding inside, trying to deny any bomb plant that he attempt. Body is stuck on him right now. He realizes, surely he realizes Config wins a fight. That's a clean burst, and he even follows up to the bomb above him. Afro trades, but how the hell do you get this package out of the rafters?
Someone's going to have to make a move. Someone's going to have to go get that. Oh, never mind. Afro's deeked out BlameF. And now it is just Glaive 1 versus 2. Through the vents, looking for a way back in, but he's got to get past the Tech-9, and then he's got to win another fight. Glaive doesn't even look ready for a fight on the right-hand side, and so that swing, now giving the info over at least. They still haven't got the bomb. They're still so psyched out. Like, the bomb is very out of position here. They will send Afro to go get it. Gonna get his hands back on it. Now dropping into the site. There's a temporary 1v1 for Glaive. But as he goes running in, tries to disrupt that bomb plant with the util. It gives over that engagement that Exercise was looking for. That is a force buy win from HEET. And now the force buy wars are on. Gonna keep this one going until someone wins 2 in a row.
Can't believe HEET win that with Config making this play, right? Like, what a big ball play to just move inside of the smoke. Body didn't even realize, like, man, this smoke is lasting for ages. I can't walk through it. And double up, bomb drop. Glaive doing everything he can to change position, keep it fresh, but HEET will force it out. Astralis, they don't even have a shotgun in the hut now. Desperate times. Farley, a temporary gap, and he shoots between 2. HEET will be able to cross. There's a spot for Blame. You know, this guy in Complexity was a beast outside. He's going to have to fight Glaive for that position here. Crossing down Secret now. HEET will make it with the bulk of this T side. Just Lucky left lurking. Body provides their escape route. Make sure no one's flanking. And right now there's no vent rotate. Just Zip already posted inside of B. Oh, this gamble for Astralis might pay off.
Oh, Config, this is a dream position, especially with so many teammates to draw attention away, but Afro's just dealt with him immediately. He's swinging out from behind the silo. Ooh. Zip's falling as well. Farley, while he has dropped the bomb, goes back in for more and is immediately punished. BlameF stuck under. Will get buried by Body. Only Glaive again. And even though he finds Lucky coming down, the ladder is a bit of a chance kill there. What on earth can you expect him to do?
Save.
might be the best and only option available to the man at the helm of Astralis. Glaive doesn't want to give them the respect, doesn't want to give them the round. So he still looks interested. Body's giving him a peek here, but somehow manages to get away. If Glaive had gotten that, maybe we see him attempt this round. Might still look to keep players near the bomb to do damage, to bring a couple of bodies out of the round. Manages that one frag, even going back for more. He's still going to be fine to get away from the bomb. And HEET winning 2 in a row, 3-1 up now. And an eco to follow from Astralis.
Yeah, Glaive knows the damage, the importance of damage, right? The economy being kept low for HEET. And, you know, the difference between surviving a round with 2 players and 3 players matters a hell of a lot in terms of making or losing money in the round. So, yeah, you know, nice exit for Glaive. Will keep things under question, but it still has to be the eco for Astralis. With 2 in a row for HEET, off the back of that $1,400 pistol win. They're laughing right now. This is going to give them a great beginning to their T side. Volleying the choke points, making sure Astralis don't rush and Glaive outside, looking for this silo pick, does some damage. Lucky got down the vent. Nice drop. Question is, are Astralis aware? Config seems to be on the hunt right now. Oh, he spotted him. Bit of info. Lucky doesn't know as well, so Config has great chance here to get a double dink off. There it is. Beautiful execution. Now 2 guns in a round that should be unwinnable.
Glaive, gets the info. Oh, it doesn't go both ways. It's good for that opener. Still fighting and still doing damage. Glaive, a monster down here in secret. Maybe scares HEET out of the outside play. It's all they're really left with here. They've given up lobby a long time ago. They don't have the info, so their hands are tied. They've got to keep fighting forwards, and fighting forwards leaves you in the prying eyes of Config. They are going to get past him, but a USP from Zip has reclaimed that kill. Astralis, this was pistols around a hero, Galil, and they might be onto a winner. These forced by wars, which they shouldn't even be called at this scoreline, might still be on. Glaive trying to close the gap. Oh, he might hit this timing. They just look away, and it's the tag. He won't commit to the full kill. Doesn't want to throw away the Galil. Not the hill to die on, especially with so many bodies still in A. Blame's going to hold the line. And for HEET, this is a round that will sail past them. Joko trying to take as many out of the round with him as he can. But ultimately, it's an Astralis round at the end of the day. They do it with USPs and Glaive's Galil. That's all they had.
Dude, Glaive,
they're on to a second.
Glaive does like 300 damage in that round with a save, Harry. 300. He thinks 2 players that his teammates finish off, and he even finds that first kill outside, as well as Config dropping the vent rotate. What a mess. When you think finally HEET should be able to start running away with things, we draw our eyes back to the damage Glaive even got in the previous round. Look at what it's done to them. They didn't save guns. They're down to pistols again. Nothing is, you know, as certain right now, as ecos have been won on either team to begin this game. Fighting for every single round, even with the odds against you. But you'd like to think Astralis, this is where now they shut down the force by. They're setting up for an A play. We've got a backside molly and a double flash available for Afro. Body's going to give him another Molotov, so a couple of lineups here from the top of roof.
Astralis have got the read, though, right? They've gone very, very lax towards outside. They've got contact points still in heaven and main, guys who can watch it, but everyone is within a vicinity of this A play. They were expecting this. HEET have likely been outread and are going to struggle to find a way in. Breaking past the brain of Glaive is easier said than done at moments like this. And Config, lost in the lobby, holding it down, is just denying this man on T-Roof joining up with the bomb in the A play, and so Afro is left high and dry, alone in the 1v4. Astralis don't need to come hunting. They don't need to go looking for him. They've already won the round. And with it, the force by wars now go their way.
Yeah, as good as the utility even would be on the roof for HEET, it's just so many people dedicated to throwing nades as well. So if you don't get that first entry, snowball's out of control, and we barely see HEET get a grip on that round. Astralis, they move out of those dangerous positions at getting mollied, sitting in the middle of the open, multi-killing, and HEET just get cleaned up on the A-bomb site. Relegated to roof with 2 men. No problem for Astralis to stop that one. And like you said, read well. Ancient maybe knew that people may not have the depth to know what to do when things are going wrong, but there's no question about Astralis' nuke, or even just the individuals on this team, on this map. Farley, he really showed off last time on Ancient as well. Can't wait till we have the money established to get him an AWP. Just staying on rifles now, knowing the eco's in play, not wanting to give an AWP over to a conglomerate of pistols running him down. They're coming in from silo, but Blame's moving up outside, and Farley's going to get this early spot. Easy kills for him as they poke their heads out top silo. Blame farms as well. And you want to keep 5 alive. Blame will even make sure that that happens as Config swings in for more. And that's a nice 5 alive round for Astralis to keep the lead.
I've got to say, man, you know, Glaive is feeling really switched on with the cooling. Like, both these rounds have had perfect setups now to deny the HEET game plan, right? In the A play, no one playing outside. You had Heaven, you had Main, that was it. They were there to respond to an outside play in the event that it came in, but they had faith that Glaive was right to stack, lean heavy in towards A to deny that A push there. When it's outside, they have a guy down Secret, they have a guy Garage, they have Blame challenging Main, they have a second Main player to help out. These are exceptionally good reads. You would expect nothing less out of Glaive, but it certainly sets a bit of a worrying precedent. HEET, they probably need a round pretty quickish, right? They want to try and have a bit of a response here to what Astralis are bringing. That molly separates the push, gives Config these 2 1v1s. HEET can't get in. They're smoked off. They're denied this presence in towards A that they were looking for, and they're going to try and go back to ramp where Zip sits waiting. Waits patiently. Lucky will open up on a Farley out on A. Zip hears them coming and deals with the first man in. Oh, and the second. You're not getting into ramp. And if Lucky even tries, Config's got his name, got his number, holding from the hut, and we'll lock that in.
That's all Blame as well to begin it. Config frags out, but as HEET throw an instant smoke wall to start the round, Blame does what he does best, and he just runs through it, Harry. He has no flash, he just swings the smoke, he clears behind red, and he tells his entire team, yo, these are fake. Watch out on your ramp, watch out on your A, and that's why Astralis not only destroy on the A play, but HEET hoped that, okay, after we go ramp in that 2-on-4, maybe we've pulled the ramp player back to CT, or we've sent him down B. No, Zip is so tucked in that those flashes deep on ramp do absolutely nothing because Blame called it was fake. Everyone was alert, everyone was still holding their spots, committed, and he didn't need to rotate because that A anchor work was so clean with 3 CTs still on top site. Pause for HEET. They feel like they're already being outread. They feel like these A plays are so obvious right now, and they're not getting a single entry off the back of them. Committing with that outside play might be their best bet. But again, you're back to pistols. Wouldn't turn your nose up at a fast ramp. 2 mollies only suggests this this top hit again. Or trying to get someone down the vent. The hot roof molly. They've done it before successfully. Lucky is running door side, but that Molotov will deny it. He's got to wait. Smokes it out, still gives it a go. And he actually does make it, but his team crunch ramp. Good flash behind the smoke. Zip never gets a warning, but he doesn't need one. 2 kills off the AK. Gun is gifted to Afro. Got to put it to use now because Config's shutting the net. Oh!
Body's going to catch him. This could still get weird. However, Glaive, it's a nice response, right? Blame, like lurking in through outside. It's a big push. He's going to start to creep in right as Body leaves the angle. Afro now, 1v3. A lot to do, and most of the map is a big grey area. Doesn't know where this third man is, doesn't know where Farley's AWP currently resides. Don't really know where Glaive's gotten to down here in B. You know he's around, but the big question is where. Gonna face him right away, and Glaive wins that one flawlessly. Astralis on fire now. Really starting to pick up momentum on this CT side. And this, it's given me a bit of faith in Astralis. It really is. You know, one of the kind of things that this squad of old is I could get them to these very important games, and kind of no matter what you were able to get away with early on, by the end of it, they'd be able to blow you out the water, right? They would come in dominantly into whatever last maps used to crop up.
Yeah, often be like an Inferno or a Nuke Decider, and these are the bread and butter of Astralis, a map that they streaked on for 30-ish games.
Kind of the polar opposite of like an Outsiders who long it out, right, who take you the distance in the third map. These guys try to set speed records. Gonna need one hell of a response for Heat. Body is at least open this round up. An early man advantage that goes untraded with no chance to bring that one back.
And they beg that A is weak. They pray that someone has had to fill the void, that Blame is left outside with that pick, and they are setting up for a top hit right now. Smoke going over. Farley's on top garage. Very ballsy. There were numbers here, but now, for a moment, it's only Glaive. Config's rotated down the vent. If there were ever going to be an A play successfully, this would be it, but Zip has gambled and left ramp open. He's going to reinforce the A site through Heaven. It's a well-timed rotation, as again, Astralis seem to have the read, but they're doubting themselves. Zip going back. Glaive is committed to the back of the bomb site. The Molly has stopped this hut rush, so Heat have to do it in the mid-round. They have to run into this AWP.
Farley, how will he get out of this one? Dropping down, they do let him get away. They're trying to give chase, but Zip here on that rotate out of Heaven. These CT rotations are so quick, they're so clean, they're so vintage Astralis. Just when you think you've got an advantage, they're so quick to clasp down upon you. Zip might have missed that timing. He might be stuck here. They're going to take a lot of time dealing with him. Zip just doesn't have to give them this fight. Will swing it and drops the bomb. If Afro dies, there's no winning the round. Zip has stolen it away from CT.
Dude, everyone's looking so sharp right now. Like Glaive's hitting, numerous headshots across these last couple of maps. Config needs no introduction. We saw Farley shut down the end of the map on Ancient. Everyone is performing for Astralis right now. No one is going cold and quiet in this final map. And the fact that Zip not only buys all that time, but then even double kills, killing the bomb, and any hope of Heat winning that round is immense. 7 CT rounds, and they're only getting warmed up. He can't find a gap, man. The only rounds they have are this early game where we have 4 spies go back and forth, and ever since Astralis won that full eco, they have streaked together round after round, 6 in a row. No signs of slowing down. And even this money is kaput for Heat. Getting scary. Is that speed run here, Harry? It's not any win percent. Astralis want 100. They want to shut it out. They want to go to the major. And this is their chance to do it.
I mean, Heat might be frozen out, but Glaive's brain snowballs the longer that he finds success, right? He's feeling like he has got the read because he has. The cooling's been sublime on this CT side. And it's making Heat feel so restricted. It feels like wherever they go, they're running into numbers, they're getting shut out by utility, the gaps that they're leaving are getting exploited, are getting found. Think about some of this harassment from Blame F outside with the aggro. Once again, they try to go back out, but look at this setup, man. There's 3 players that can, in the blink of an eye, respond to an outside play. You had the AWP of Farley, you've got Blame here, and then you've also got Config playing this like doubled vent setup. Zip even in Heaven, like everyone is outside. You're trying to go out and you're being fought by 4 different players. You managed to get down with 2, but oh, guess who's here? Config, that guy who was in main, has now dropped the ladder, dropped the vent, and is ready to shut down the B play. This is just perfection out of Astralis. And they're learning the hard way just how good this team was in its prime. It feels like a kind of prime Glaive cooling right now.
Yeah. And everyone's just flowing. I doubt there's even that much micro going on, to be honest, on Astralis. Everyone seems to know their spots really, really well. The protocols are in place. And this is kind of what we saw on Ancient in the sense of like, yeah, Heat, they've got a lot of maps played here. They've got a lot of experience. They've got great win percentage, but they've never faced this level of opposition on LAN in a 2-2 game for a major qualification for the final spot. It's all these points of pressure that Astralis have done so many times and something Heat have never even had to experience. Now, that's a great spam for Lucky, somewhat assisted by Blame shooting Glaive and slowing him
Blame
down.
did just kind of kill him a little bit by slowing down the vent drop.
But maybe he can make up for it, Harry, or maybe he can't.
Okay. Well, look, sometimes all you need is 1 round to find a way back in, right? In these last few where it's just been getting utterly dictated to you by the opponent, you're feeling the pressure, you're feeling emotions. You know, we see players at the end of these games where it comes down to whether or not you make the major or you go home, they will be in tears. And for a squad like Heat going from, double pony to this team, from relative obscurity to now, you know, they're really feeling the pressure, the emotions. It's all very overwhelming, but this is where they can find that one round to try and get them back in it.
Config was T-Roof, and now he's already down Secret, and that's because he realizes when he drops out of T-Roof, no one trades him, no one re-peaks him in lobby. That's so much info for Astralis just by seeing no one that he can call they're all down Secret. They try come back up, and Farley flicks 2. Dangerous strikes at the worst time. In a 3-on-5, Astralis are coming alive.
I mean, look at how scared Heat are. Like, they're feeling this round getting out of control. They don't like it. They're starting to doubt everything. They tried to go down B. They tried to make the outside cross happen. They didn't like what they saw down towards B. And going back up A has not served them well. If they weren't in their heads before, they might be at the end of this one. As a 3-on-5 looks to fall apart. Afro all alone. Both players here for Astralis. He's not fooled them. And a missed shot sees Zip close that out. Astralis up onto 9. Still streaking these rounds together. That's 8 in a row now. This is getting out of hand. Heat need attack pause. They need to calm down. They have so much running through their minds right now, and a small part of it must just be, we should have closed this out on Ancient. You're worried that that chance has slipped by, and that was the only chance you're going to get.
Yeah, with a game like this, that so much is true. It feels like the only chance. They can't get the ball rolling. They can't get a foot right. Config, ooh, very scary on that vent cross, but he will live. He is just freaking out right now, hitting some insane shots, and Farley is no exception. Style on these AWP flicks. Headshot onto the silo. The top man of this entire tournament for Heat in Joko is dead first. 3-13, silent to close the series. There's always a way back in. It's Counter-Strike. A game is never done. But in terms of being one-sided, this is the most this series has felt like one team is controlling the game. Ooh. On AK, Body's got to be that hero. And Config's pushing smokes. He doesn't respect you. He does not care.
Not again. Body and Config did this down on the B site. This was how, like, everything got disrupted earlier on. Config's bodying them in with a triple. He tears them down on the door smoke push. And it's only Afro now. What little glimmer of hope there was once is quickly blown out by Config. Glaive goes swinging, looking to win this, looking to send a bit of a statement, and he will churn Afro up. And man, I mean, you can't even put it into words. This is so dominant. Anything that Heat have tried is just disrupted, is completely ruined by Astralis. You can tell that Config's being given room, right? We really learned over time just how kind of feelings-based some of the Astralis calls have been in the past, and it's clear that right now they're saying, Config, look, man, you can take space. We're getting these openers. That's giving them the freedom to have Config play this aggressive style. And he's got such a good read individually on what he needs to do to make these moments happen, to get in the heads of Heat. I don't know how you turn this around, or if you even can.
Yeah. Config's ADR is as easy as 1, 2, 3 right now. That's what he's sitting on. This guy is just getting so involved in every round, even when it's not multi-kills, it's information, it's denying space down on B. Heat run these smokes, they run into him lower. He work outside, he's up on T-roof. There is nowhere open, nowhere empty. This A-site attempt again. They close close to the hut, but Config's got a molly primed. He sees the jiggle, and he throws it out. They've got to run through the burn, and Config delivers the treatment. It's painful. Bomb in the middle of the site, and that's a flick for Farley. Fast fingers on this guy. And back up the vent from B is Zip. Miss molly, but it won't matter. 4-on-2, and they have the package inbound in their ground. Heat have no way of turning this one on its head.
I mean, going for this fast A play at this scoreline does just scream desperation. None of these fast A pops have worked. You've been repelled every single time, and it's what you're going for with your last buy at the end of the half. Like, that is just brutal, that this is all they feel like they have left.
Yeah.
Blame's even there to drive the knife in the back of Body on this wraparound, deals with him. And at this point, you know, 12-3 is looking as good as done. There really shouldn't be a way back in for Heat here.
Oh, he saw a barrel. Wow. Tiny detail, but enough for Farley to find that kill. Just running through the main smoke with an orb, like, what an audacious play. It's a sign of the times. Astralis are feeling invincible right now. They won a 12-3. Like you said, speed running the third map of this series after a long fought out couple of maps so far. A 16-14 on Ancient, losing after a 10-5 lead on Dust 2 with an empty T side. And I don't expect an empty T side on this map. Smoke's coming from Silo. They know there's someone up there. Farley, no orb, no need. Holding on. There's players crossed. That's good for Body. No one has a clue about this. Config, first time he's not been in secret as this B play comes in. And because Farley was over the smokes, he feels like this position is empty. This is the one thing he have had.
But here's kind of the wild part, right? Like, firstly, HEET are doubting every bit of room they're being given as to this idea of it being Astralis, like giving them enough rope to hang themselves, as it were, right? Like, Body is super nervous as he plays down B here. As far as he's concerned, they probably have an idea that he's in this position, so he might struggle to find the impact. Meanwhile, they're throwing flashes into this A side. Like, jsgo missing that jump across. This is all a sign of the times. This is all pressure and mounting for HEET, and it's only getting worse. Now, jsgo's at least kept this in a 4-on-4, and Body is still down on this B site, really taking his time, trying to milk this for all it's worth. Go under hell. What does he want to do with this? Could wrap Zip. Zip is tunnel visioned in on ramp. Astralis is starting to re-aggro lobby, but they have lost this ramp control, and with Body already down on B, they're going to have a bit of a rotation down towards him. Missed shot for Farley. If HEET win this, that might re-energize them going into the CT side. That would be massive. Just a little pick-me-up before moving into that second half, before moving on to the CT side. And Astralis, these T sides, they have kind of been, at times, the weaker point here for this squad. If there was going to be a way back in, you're going to have to rely on, you know, that one round there, finally feeling like you were able to outmaneuver the opponent, get a fourth, win a pistol, suddenly, who knows, you can close this gap.
I mean, look at those numbers. Yeah, I feel like, I think Blame crashed in that round. There was some typing going on. I think they wanted, and then he got cleared in main and he didn't even react. He didn't even click. He didn't turn. He didn't do anything. He just got hard cleared by jsgo after he dropped Loud out of main. So I feel like Blame crashed, but at the time I heard the typing, damage was already done. So I you know, we'll wait to see what happens here. But I'm assuming that round counts. Ultimately, the damage was done to the T's anyway. So we'll see what happens here moving in. Ultimately, bit rough, but Astralis aren't going to be complaining. 3 out of the first 4 in that start of the game, and it felt like, you know, we were going to have a competitive map, and then it takes them a whole 10 more rounds to even get one at the end. Trying to keep spirits high, but how the hell do you put on a brave face when Astralis are doing you like this?
Once again, you know, full armchair psychologist coming out, but even the fact that when you wave at the camera, you do a sad face probably doesn't scream confidence, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels like there's probably some discussion going on about that last round with what looked like a crash, and Blame was out of the server by the end of the half, so we'll have more information for you shortly, but hey, man, I just say just give them the round at this point. They earned it. Like, they need something. They need anything, because this is a reckoning from Astralis. However you paint it, Harry. Use crayons for all I care. It's a work of art.
I mean, dude, the thing with series like this, and it's kind of the same as, you know, like that Outsiders Saw one. It's like when you're in a game that is this important, when you've had chances to actually secure that spot at the major, you know, to achieve what for some of these guys is like a life goal, an ambition that they've been aiming towards for years.
Yeah.
And you have that opportunity, and you watch as it just sails past. Like, that's soul-crushing. It really is. And you can't underestimate the impact that that's going to have on your gameplay. Even if you don't admit it in the moment. Even if coming into Nuke, you know, you're telling yourself, all right, brush it all down, we're going to win this map. It's still going to be there, eating away in the back of your mind, that there were chances, there were opportunities. They're only going to make it hurt more.
Yeah, especially at this level, like, everyone is so hyper-competitive. There's no one who's okay with mediocrity, okay with losing. You can put on a brave face, but yeah, I really thought they had it, man. I really thought they were going to shut down Ancient by the end. And what a reality check to come into a famed Astralis map to close the series, to get dealt such a dominant half.
I mean, I've got to say, like, on the flip side, it's been a treat to watch Astralis looking this good in a 3-map series of this importance. I genuinely believe the calling has just been damn near flawless, right? And it's gotten to the point where it was obvious that HEET are in their own heads, feeling like they just can't set a foot right, they can't win a round. And that is a product of how good this calling has been from Glaive. As mentioned, if you went A, you were fighting like 3-4 players on the A site. If you went outside, you were fighting 3 players out and a guy already down secret.
Think about how fast Config's rotates were in pretty much every single round, right? Like dropping vent, going up T-roof, getting info, going back down B. Every time we had a smoke wall, if it wasn't, you know, all this smoke spam killing or blame going through and clearing it on the 1 or 2 fake rounds they had, it would be Config not letting you get any control lower. The only rounds we had, you know, HEET on the B bomb site were the first couple of rounds where, you know, pistol rushing and one smoke walk outside. Past that point, they didn't even make it down secret.
No, exactly. And that's why we started to see these like desperation A plays coming out towards the end of the half. Because at that point, what you're kind of realizing is, okay, we're getting outmaneuvered. We can't actually find these opening kills. And so we're going to go to the only site that you can just exec onto out of spawn with all of our set pieces, with all of our util. Maybe if we do that and we do that well, that's our way in. And it wasn't. It was repelled every single time. To actually make it to B, you need to get past this triple or sometimes quad outside hold. You need to get past the barrage utility, the harassment from Blame F.
Sorry, Config's just pranking, Harry. Pranking hard. But yeah, I mean, compare the vibe check. You know, you can bring out all your armchair psychology in this pause right now. Astralis is joking around, flipping the bird. But on the other side, focus faces and that realization that your run here might be over despite some really good performances from, like you said, a team that has been August for so long to finally get picked up, deserving of that mantle, and then to just get dealt like this. It's a reality check. And with multi-time major winners on the other side, it's nothing to feel bad about, but that's easy for me to say from this seat where I don't have everything on the line like HEET do. Months of preparation, years of gameplay, peaking once again for players like Body Unlucky, and then just being flung back into the abyss of online Counter-Strike. Refreshing with their notes and prep for whatever the Pistols got in store. If you just joined us, it's an 11-4 half right now. And we're in a bit of a tech timeout as we swap sides. Astralis going to their T half, which, has been trepidatious at times in this tournament. But ultimately, at this kind of scoreline, with every player firing off, I feel like all it's going to take is you just send Config into any area of the map and he's going to go crazy.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's like a few kind of variables here at play that like could play into this, right? Obviously, Astralis have just been sat here for a minute. Maybe that makes someone go cold, but I really don't think it does with the experience these guys have. For HEET, maybe the pause has given them a moment of focus, or it could be the complete polar opposite, and they've all had to sit here thinking, oh my God, it's really over, isn't it? And they can't even talk to each other. They can't even really reassure each other right now. You are left with just your thoughts, and in a third map at 4-11, those thoughts can destroy you.
Yeah, and let's talk Farley for a moment as well, because obviously this is the latest change for Astralis, having Lucky left his team on the bench now, and warming Bubsky's seat, and Farley coming in right now. Beginning this map, he's the top-rated player of the entire BO3 so far. 49 and 33, in line with Joko on the other side, but considerably less deaths, higher rating. And lower ADR, but like this guy has been nailing fools to walls all game today. Had an incredible ace up against a desperate A rush towards the end of Ancient that completely changed the pace of this game.
Yeah,
and he's been solid here on Nuke as well.
You can very much look at Farley. I would say Farley and Config as the reasons the Ancient got turned around.
Yeah.
Right, like. And you know, for you to be saying that, like, config, it shouldn't come as a surprise. This guy's been a top player within Denmark for the longest of time now. Feels like as well, like, really matured as an individual, obviously. For Farley, far less proven, far more on the line for the guy. But able to relish in the opportunities, and I think Astralis owe him a lot already. And I mean, what a trade-up. Let's be real, right? With Lucky now out and Farley in, I think it's given just a much-needed boost to this Astralis squad. It felt like games too often came down to, you know, config having to go big, or blame having to go big, or maybe Glaive gives you one of those games where he's like nailing openers. It always took someone having to deliver some spectacular performance. Lucky was always a very kind of middle-of-the-pack player. And I have no doubt that if given time, he could have gotten better. He could have gotten better. But Astralis don't have time. They don't have time to kind of mull over this one. They needed someone who could come in and immediately be that superstar, be that big-time player, someone who feasibly could be a device.
Yeah.
And Farley, I would argue, fits that bill through and through.
Yeah, and now that we don't have time to wait either, Harry, we're getting into that second half. That round goes down for HEET. They pick up a fourth right at the end, and Astralis now chatting it away to pick up this T-side pistol. What do we have in store? Psych, you thought, so did I. But it's one more restart, and then we're back in. Spawns reset. And Astralis... it looked like we're getting in. Players were chatting, so the tech did end, but...
yeah, everyone had too much money.
16k pistol, you don't like that?
Don't know if you saw that, but yeah, everyone just bought full nades on Astralis with like armor behind it, and it's like, oh, sick, good pistol.
I'll have the Deagle armor full util belt, please.
The Deagle armor Arabiata, please.
Yes, actually, yeah. You'll need a tray. But no matter how hot the food is, Astralis, they are ready to ravage it, Harry. They're ready to chow down on this T side, and I can't wait to see it. Zip smile, I remember.
Yeah, man, and also I want to say, Zip hasn't really been that good in Astralis for the longest time, but my goodness, you know, I think
today,
he's really stepped up in this game. I think he's really risen to the occasion, and it's great to see him smiling again, just looking like he's getting on with the guys, feeling like his heart, his mind's in it.
Yeah, he was super solid at ramp on the CT side as well. Never like getting picked with nothing. He was always tucked into that close right corner, and I feel like he never got cleared other than the round where Joko flanked Heaven to close out the half. Like really, really solid anchoring, doubling up or going 1-for-1 or dropping. You know, just a nice ramp hold. They felt there was no gap for HEET. We already talked about how they couldn't get outside. The A site was solid, and then when you can't even say, oh yeah, let's just take ramp instead, when you don't have that third option, we could see the trouble that he was experiencing in getting any footing on the T side. It's a restart-a-thon, Harry. But one day, this game will continue.
Yeah, me, man. We're blessed with tech pauses.
We love a tech pause.
In important games.
At least it's at halftime, you know?
Yeah, and at least there's a good bit to talk about. I do remember back at Katowice where we got our...
Trial by fire.
Our back-to-back tech pauses. Oh. Yeah, that was good. Practicing stand-up to an arena full of folks was interesting. But luckily enough, I don't have any jokes prepared for this one. And I'm not funny enough to come up with them live. So we're all well and good.
Give yourself more credit, Harry. You don't even write lines. Maybe you should. You do write great scripts.
All right, man. This ain't about me. Come on down now. Just wait to get this one restarted.
There's only so many times and ways I can tell you that Astralis are good at Counter-Strike.
Yeah. We tried turning it on and off again, and when that didn't work, on and off again. And maybe third time's the charm on that one.
Yeah, there's something to it.
You know, for HEET, I think it's going to be a lot of attention on a few key players here. I want to see Joko hit the ground running, man. This guy's been so exciting throughout the entirety of the RMRs. And he's having a bit of a rough time right now. Also, you look at Body, you look at Lucky. These guys are the veterans. They are the most experienced too. You hope that they can try and step things up, elevate this team even more.
Yeah, even a legend of the French team and Matin behind them, right? Obviously of LDLC back about 3 years ago. Been in and out of those teams. It is a nice group, HEET, and it is nice to see French CS back on top, performing well at the high level. But unfortunately, unless they pull a full comeback here, no major dream for HEET. Headphones are going back in, but I'm not counting on anything at this point. All right, get under the table, plug in some wires, fix this one for us, would you? Caster, start game, stop talk.
Yeah, sorry guys, we just really want to do a podcast instead, so it's like, you know, I hope you all are cool with that.
I appreciate, you know, Astralis holding the game for us.
Yeah,
man. That was kind of them.
Well, you know, shout out Astralis on time, thank you for giving us time to plug ourselves. Hugo, what's your social media, bud? Why don't you get that out during this peak viewership hour?
Yeah, at Hugo TV, go for it.
Oh, nice! You actually did.
Yeah, well, you asked me.
Well,
you
gotta get
say
free,
no to that.
Free exposure while you can.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I do get paid in, ultimately.
Oh, that's sick, man.
Do it for the laughs. I don't know how related this still is to the Blame F crash. If I haven't really seen him. He's hiding behind his monitor over there. If his PC's working, if this is about the last round. But I haven't seen anyone under his desk.
No.
So you would
I mean,
presume
like Glaive
not.
stood up a minute ago. I don't know. It looks like, you know how it is, dude. Once one thing breaks, it feels like everything breaks.
Yeah.
You know.
Including the mental of HEET. We've gone down that road before.
Yeah, I think we've kind of hit the limit for going back and forth talking about the teams now, and I hope everyone can kind of feel that vibe. I don't want to keep telling you, like, oh, they did have a chance on Edge. They had an opportunity.
They know that one, don't worry.
Yeah, everyone knows. If you're a HEET fan, you knew they had a chance on Edge. You probably crushed that they couldn't win it. I know in a part, kind of all of us are, but, you know, I also don't want to sit here and tell you that Astralis is doing good, because I think it's like bordering on patronizing.
What a story it would be if HEET, you know, suddenly came alive off the back of a pistol, off the back of a pause.
So this is where we're at. We're hypothesizing what could happen.
Well, you know,
I talk about it.
I simply have nothing else to you know, I have no info for you. I don't know. We got back in, and then we didn't get back in.
Right.
So dipped our toes in the water. Bit cold though. I'll wait for the pool heater.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it would be sick because, like, let's imagine it for a second. Afro, he aces every round till they come back. And suddenly, not only is he besting Config's kill record in this game, but also they're going to the major. Like, yeah, dude, that's sick. It would be sick, wouldn't it? Bordering on unbelievable.
Yeah, maybe even impossible, Harry. But do we want to go that far? Meanwhile, I guess. Oh, hey, that's how we do it.
I don't believe it till we're actually in.
Welcome back, folks. It's a major spot on the line. It's the last one here in Bucharest. LAN CS, and it feels good to be back. 11-4, and go, go, go!
Astralis on the T side now. It was 11-4. HEET, they got one round at the end in round 15. Now they need to repel the A play. Lucky with two. And Afro going to come in with one of his own. Joko taps out that bomb, rotating into ramp. Will get deleted after the fact. There's a man in hell. There's two pushing lobby. Farley here with a USP. Oh, he's dead. It's the dual Berettas on Exercise and Lucky to find 3 in that round there. And HEET are up onto a 5th with a pistol under their belt. But if that first half taught us anything, the force is strong with Astralis.
That is true. But Harry, what if HEET won every round from here? You never know. But yeah, we had full eco wins out of Astralis with USPs and one gun from Glaive. So I like that Astralis just full eco this. Would have been easy to justify a force buy. Try and run a ramp rush or something of the sorts. They just want to get guns. They want as many rifle rounds as tangible. Farley's going to drop on main. It's P250 for Config. Even he wants a bit of a chance in this round, and he might find it. His team should go first. Out they fly. Config pops his head round the corner, and his head gets popped by Body. Oh dear, no body shot for Afro. The pistol will have to do it. And Glaive, no way. He cheats a plant down on B. Cheeky bugger.
Yeah, planted the spot named after them. And there we go. That's a win in and of itself. Now, he's not going to win the round, I can tell you that much.
Bold.
But in terms of the money game, that is a huge dub for Astralis.
Could even mean the first AWP for Farley in round 3 of the half, right? But maybe you won't go for it because it's bonus and you're expecting a lobby crunch or something like that. But hey, it just gives Astralis a bounty of options on this T side. 55, so you don't want no helmet. Probably won't see it. But man like Farley, he can do what he wants as far as I'm concerned.
That plant there. Gonna give them a nice little cash injection. It's like an in-game version of their S-Tag deal. Glaive doing the bulk of it and making a lot of extra cash on the back of it. 11-6, Astralis now with their investment on this T side.
Good outside control for Body, because this is a bait and switch, right? He's tucked in so close. Even if you clear Lucky, there's no way you're ready for another man. Afro's going to give it up outside. Will be that smoke wall. So this double setup is very juicy right now. Here comes the squeeze.
Oh, up and over. Glaive gets the info at least that there's 2 players here, so they know what they're going into, but that doesn't make it any easier. He hold on outside. This double push serves them well. Farley is desperately looking for a trade, and he'll get cut down by the FAMAS as well. Zip and Blame F might be out towards ramp, but the bomb is outside. So first, they've got to go back before they go forward. They're going to split up in 2. Blame F moving in towards Hell, while his teammate in Zip goes all the way back for this bomb. 35 seconds left upon its retrieval. Now we're very wide open, unknown ahead of Astralis here. Don't know where anyone is. You do have this advanced positioning on Blame, but there is a chance that he gets caught by the man up in heaven at the AC vent. Lucky gonna delete him. He has a real round here, does Lucky. A very large one indeed. Him and Body, 4 kills between them. We said as kind of the tenured, experienced guys on this squad, we wanted more mileage out of them. And if they can give us a bit more like that, Heat are not out of this one yet.
Yeah, big and maybe even true. We'll have to see if they can keep these rounds clean to build up early money, right? Because you know Astralis have more in the pocket to pull out near the end of this T side. Don't want those eco rushes to flip the script. The longer you can delay that first win is so big here for Heat. Pistol smokes outside for Astralis. Flames poking his head around in lobby, looking for lurk kills, looking for aggressive CT players. Wider smokes being lined for Astralis. Can give them control towards Garage if they wish. But it's not the bulk, just 2 Ts creeping through. Oh, that was such a nice angle. He jumps back up though on the lip of the air conditioning and he freezes Glaive outside. Instead, they're walking ramp. Ollie's going to stop him for a moment. Body's cleared the smokes outside. Knows no one's made it secret. And so this one seems clear as day for Heat. Off angle for Joko. Gets him a kill. There's a trade, but Scout continues to whittle them down. And getting a bomb plant is going to be very difficult, presuming Exercise can hold on lower.
Yeah, at this point, you know, you kind of are just playing for damage. Like, you're super low. You know the odds of actually surviving an attempt to get into a site are low. And she's going to have to make a move, right? Farley does drop down lower, hoping he gets given an engagement here. Exercise will spot him. It's clean. It's easy. Nothing can go wrong there. Zip's going to try and go back into the lobby. Lucky is holding for it. Rough angle for Zip to clear. And so there's 8 for Heat. Now 3 between them and Astralis. You have to see if Sonic really was some kind of wicked Nostradamus all the way back when he said 11-4, dangerous scoreline. Was it because he foretold his move onto French-speaking Vitality, making them the international squad of betting in favor of the Frenchman all those years ago?
Ah, yes. Playing the long game, Harry. I mean, it would be very Sonic-esque. Very, very far ahead of the rest. 11-8, but let's see this gun round for Astralis. Back outside, faster approach, right-clicking the flash. Body wants to look up on Silo, he knows Config's tricks. Not going to hang around as Molly start to land. Astralis with a boatload of utility in the yard. Afro still stuck on a scout. Oh, and Config beats him to the headshot. This is what I mean. This is what we're seeing from Config in that CT side. Just so efficient. And now leading his team straight to B. Smoke spam does nothing.
Yeah, we do have an early drop down towards lower for Exercise, but if he's not careful, this can end up compounding the issue. This could make it worse. Oh, his decision to get into the vent, this might leave him in a really rough way. And this is looking like a bit of a misread out of HEET. They think it's a bluff. They think with those outside smokes and all the spam from Body that no one really crossed behind them. They've lent heavy into an upper hold, and everybody for Astralis, with the exception of Blame F, is down here on B.
Yeah, some things never change. He's waiting for those rotates, but no one's coming outside. They might just have to be stuck out on ramp. The molly and the smoke spread, and there's no way to get back in for the moment for HEET. Blame F's even lurking upper to kill these players where they take lobby, and now Astralis are hunting the kills to close the round. Impatience pays off. Exercise in a 1-on-5 to save his gun, even with a boatload of money on HEET. Nothing to be done. So Astralis 5 alive for their 12th. Very well done. And yeah, just that one hesitation, that one change of mind for Exercise costed all the info for HEET downstairs. But safe to say, if he hung around and died anyway, would have dug an even deeper hole, like you said, and Astralis would have been able to convert just as easily. But he didn't even try.
He can't let this get them down. They've still got plenty of money. I mean, look at the cash on this squad, right? Because they've kept this pretty clean up until now. They've been able to farm up a decent bank. It's going to be a while before Astralis managed to break through. It all starts with this. Config, man at the top of the board. And as usual, great calling out of Glaive over on this T side.
Early smoke spam, this time for Joko works out. Surely he doesn't go any further. The molly does force Blame into the radio, and that's a perfect lineup for Joko for 2. The AWP is still here, looking for a little bit more. A taste of the action. Tag, zip, and almost spammed back, but everyone survives for HEET. Phenomenal beginning to the round. They've conceded outside info, though that will allow Astralis a path to B if they so choose to take it. If they do, they'll run into the big green down below. Afro is going to stay on this lower site now with no information. I've heard no footsteps, so Astralis are further than HEET. Ready for it, a missed shot. Afro not counter-strafing in time. Glaive will find him. Body didn't hear anything to tell his teammate how deep they could have gotten. He will win his fight outside the plant, allowed by Glaive, who covers on that ramp rotate, and Astralis try and clutch out a post-plant in what was a 2-on-4.
Yeah, they've made it competitive. And I mean, with Config still alive, right, you're always willing to give this guy the benefit of the doubt when he's having a game like this. Time ticking away. Config's set up to try and wrap Decon late, and that's something that, for Lucky here, he's going to have to keep that in the back of his mind, that this is a possibility. This could happen, and it is happening. Config moving in. Door's been closed on him, so he's going to have to make noise swinging that open. No one's looking. Oh. They get on the bomb, and Config's taking them off. Oh, doubling up now. Config, hell of a spray down from Decon, and even as Body finds him, it's not enough to win the round. Astralis have locked this one in. Just Glaive and Config to make it so, to make it happen. And that's Astralis up onto 13.
Yeah, you feel rough for that ramp rotate as well. The first guy who tries to spam the planter, but he's so wide that Glaive gets an angle on him on the edge of the smoke, and it all just starts to unravel. You can feel that clutch round coming through for Astralis. That is their bread and butter. Put them on the B site with no rotates, and they just farm. Really rough for Afro, who in a 5v3 gained by the Joko on ramp. Afro just gets caught in the open in secret. He's going to try and get more involved now, pushing up behind the red. Nice shot. Can he escape though? Farley's right here to punish Pick, and he will. There's a second player not looking. Body turns on a dime for a kill. Keeping HEET in this round again, but advantages mean nothing as we just learned. 4-on-3 is not done yet. Body's going to get boosted back up into rafters to maybe set up for a ramp rotate. There's one man already here. Joko passive, swings out. Doesn't want to die on this hill though. Dinks blame and disappears into the dark.
Body's going to start to rotate in. Up in heaven now. Config coming his way. Oh, spots him, but firing off. That's giving Config the info. Now you've got this guy interested. Look at him circling, man. He's like a great white waiting down in the bottom of hell. Now looking to join up with his teammates on the ramp take. You know you've put the fear in this heaven player. You've likely kept bodies on upper. Right now, Joko is alone on this B site. Gonna have to put up one hell of a hold. He's seen a player peek. Now he's seen a second. A pitcher getting painted on the back of all this info. Joko is still spammed out. And we end up in this 3-on-3. Vent drop is pretty immediate for Heat. They start to send bodies in. Speaking of the man, Body's late to the ramp rotation. The fear put him in earlier on from Config, and never mind. Exercise goes swinging out and steals that one away.
Great awareness from Lucky as well, right? He was the one holding on to that control play as they're swinging through. They're playing with the door, just trying to fake out that vent rotate. Lucky doesn't fall for it. Eyes on the stairs, door with a big hole, and Exercise denies the planter off of the bomb. A retake round one, this time on lower from Heat. And these are so close right now. I feel very scared for Heat when Astralis get comfortable on B, but if you don't let them even get off the animation, then Heat can hold on to yet another round. 13-9, this game is closing. 11-4 no more.
Fast molly in towards A. Astralis just trying to give the illusion of a pace change. They still keep it pretty slow, pretty measured.
They've been throwing that hot roof molly every time. It does two things. One, it lets you, eventually hit that A site with it, and Heat won't go, oh, they're doing the molly, they're coming A. It's just part of their default. But also, it's good for getting that vent player down eventually. It doesn't just have to be an A rush. It can be the vent smoke, get Config down into lower, let him lurk, let him go crazy. And so all of this early conditioning for Astralis means eventually, if they need to, they can pull that out on a top hit. Not this round, though. They're going back to smokes.
Yeah, these are the more standard ones, lobbed over, the deeper ones. Oftentimes you see Astralis attempt this with the kind of wider smokes that would let you cross into garage.
Beat.
There is a gap there for Afro. Spots him through the smoke. And yeah, it looks like one of those smokes just pops a tiny bit too far. Tiny bit too far forward, leaving a gap to be exploited farther. Oh, having a flick back to Secret. That was a rough shot to have to hit, and he will come up short. So now Config knows a play has to get made. This guy's been the playmaker. He's been the destroyer. Oh, no. Moving on up, he's trying to sink the battleship of Afro, scaling the heavens, but not looking the right way. The Orb will get one. Config able to trade it, but now they know about him, trying to make his way into the land of the sky. Time's running out. There's 12 seconds. Bomb grabbed from main. They've got to get into A. They've got to get in now. Up the vent is Body. And there's Lucky with the backstab. It's the two older boys of Heat to put up another round.
Oh, that got very scary. It's super awkward. The Config misses the timing because it costs him the round, right? His heaven position on a main door split is perfect for Astralis to hit that A site, but as soon as he trades Afro had already dropped the bomb outside. Blames in door. He can't get the bomb. Config had to go back from the most powerful position in the round to just get that package, and they go nowhere with it. Crossfire up vent and behind CT side will stop it on that top site. And Heat continue to hold on against the odds. 10 rounds now on their CT half. Heat maybe got ahead of themselves on H, and it's all we've been rallying here together in this third map, but Astralis won't. They know this game ain't done. Checking their notes, looking at their homework, trying to find a hole in the Heat defense. Is it there?
You look at determined though. I mean, the fact that we're even kind of considering a world where this comes back speaks volumes after that 11-4 first half. You thought that was going to be enough for Astralis. these T-side woes continue. Outside now, they look to make their presence known. Smokes go over. A third one this time to eliminate any gap in this outside smoke layup. They will get down. Lucky is already here, dropping that molly. He has body to help him out. And once again, man, it's these two doing the damage. Gonna force Astralis out of lower. Gonna see what Blame can get away with, but firing off behind his load a little too soon outside. Now they know about him. They know about him trying to come in on this wrap. Blame F with the Deagle, trying to climb up heaven. I think he made noise there, right?
Yeah, and they saw him. They're just going to drop in. I like that. Not hurrying these kills. Joko down lower sees that bomb. He's got it trapped. Not the gun for the job on Zip. Blame's got to drop off and assist. They're going to double face. Ooh, it's a mess. Blame trades, but he's dead. Knife out, trying to grab the gun. Heat find 11, and yeah, they're getting hyped again. Don't want to be screaming over the walls just yet. This one is not over. Safe to say. Farley can buy an AWP with no helmet, so he'll just go back to the AK again. Yet to see Afro really come into his own in the CT side, but he's been, back down on ramp, playing safe position so far. Eventually, Astralis will run into that AWP, and we get to see Afro tested again. Been good under pressure. The fact that he is still here is something miraculous. Can Astralis find a solution? A new position for Afro with this AWP. Scoped into the door. Oh, they spam him though. Zip won't let that position go unpunished. Body sees Config. Tries to one-tap him in the air. Config-esque, but won't connect.
Config has been the guy doing it all here, but he might need some help. He might need someone else to be that second man. Doesn't have to be every round. Doesn't have to be for the remainder of this game, but even just once, even just a little nudge in the right direction to come from someone else. Get Astralis back into this, but with that not arriving, with so much of this falling onto the shoulders of Config, they're building back in, they're believing again, they're taking lobby in this round, a double push. Could this be the way in? Zip with the clear, spams out Afro, and is he even going to molly the close corner? That forces a commit to the fight out of Joko, trying his best to hold on. He will win that out onto the AWP, but he's getting pressured. Farley with a double. Oh, it'd be poetic if it's this guy to rise to the occasion, help Config out, relive those ancient heroics that pulled Astralis back into that map, back into this series. It's his double on the aggroing players that has set Astralis up for 14. They've got to clear Lucky, they've got to get past him, and Blame F will. It's all come apart in this round now. HEET, they were building back into this. They were believing again for that lobby aggression, feeding Farley, who held on. It's given over 14.
Yeah, it wasn't just a double ramp crunch. It was exercise coming in through Heart. Like, that was perfection for Farley. And then even Zip, yeah, he dies, but he gets the info that, okay, it's not just a one-man here. Molly's Joko into a gunfight. He has to commit, and bam, body gets bodied by Glaive at the end. No saving your rifle in this round. Astralis have picked up 14.
Mate, the money's in such a weird spot as well. Like, you can invest, you can buy.
You've got to.
It's going to have limitations, and you've just got to deal with that. You've got to adapt and overcome here if you're HEET. That is like a real similar vibe to what we had on Dust 2, where, if you remember, HEET were dominating. They were making it look easy, and then Afro got aggressive at long and got bested by Zip. The exact same thing happened in this round to find Astralis 14.
And they keep getting down behind these smokes for free, even though HEET never knew about it, right? They walk back up after Farley doubles up in lobby, and they just hit the A site through main. But again, Astralis were in secret, and HEET had absolutely no idea, because they're walking these smokes every single time. No announcement needed. 14-11. A desperate buy is in. They had to make this call. There's no saving. It's just enough to justify it. That's a smoke for a vent drop. Coming in through the rafters on A. Afro trying to get involved. Eats a nade outside, but he's scoped behind red on a fake play. Astralis have gotten so much attention outside in this early round. Not just the AWP, but body as well. The top performer is taking a look as Astralis line up upper utility for an A hit. They are so ready to go. Glaive Mac 10 entry, in they come.
Yeah, this time it's the real commit. This time it's the real deal. Oh my God, Lucky has found a little gap in this Molotov, and it's let him chill out on top of Hut for way longer than Astralis intended. He's still up here, and with Body dealing with main players, maybe there's hope after all. They're going to start to try and run at him, try to deal with the man in main. Meanwhile, in at ramp, Config, or Zip rather, making progress. Starting to uncover that ramp is empty. They've already dropped 2 players down to B. Body right now is the only guy on upper, and even then he's not watching the A play. This is super weird. Blame F, so much of this round rests on his shoulders, and what he wants to do, he's going to give Zip the room first. See if he can get into B. Now moving into ramp to go and join him. HEET, they took a bit of a gamble here, playing this double lower stack right away, and it might serve them well.
He just got info. Zip saw a player on the top rafters, so that's going to keep HEET here, and Zip calls for help from Blame. They both come out, and that's a beautiful headshot, or fires off, but it needs to connect, or this could be the entire series off the back of this round alone. A 3-on-5 that Astralis have made, a 2v2. There's a quick flank. Zip's not watching. He turns back, though. Oh, Body, he's so low. 1 bullet, or to do it, and Zip going to hit the headshot. Just Afro. Up close comes Blame, and Afro's getting pushed back into a corner. Can he unleash hell? 1v2. Just bait shots, a quick scope that won't connect, and he's trying to play with the door, but it's Blame with 3 kills on the lower side to shut out the round, and Astralis will find 15 first. Even with the right gamble, even with the right read coming out from HEET, it's not enough. Clutch kills out of Astralis. Even Config bursted Exercise out of heaven in that round. And, you know, Astralis could have just waltzed onto A. It was free the entire time. They go into the difficult site and they do it again.
Man, I've got to say, like, Zip's kind of experience really shines through in these last few rounds. He hasn't done anything super flashy in terms of kills, but the info gathering is why Astralis have looked so good in these last few clutch moments. So much of it is on the info that Zip is getting for the team. You know, never overplaying his hand. This time, don't have a choice. They're going to try and rush up. They're going to try and rush lobby. And Farley just ascends up the ladder, gets out of there. Body is even dinked. Brought down low. This might be the end of the line for HEET. They've got next to nothing versus an Astralis with their legacy on the line, with so much to play for, and 4 rounds, 4 chances to win this series and go to the major.
Yeah, this is the kind of buy that Astralis had at 14-11 down on Ancient. They picked it up and they pulled it back and won the map in 30 rounds. HEET, do they have the same gumption? Do they have the same ability up against these legends? There's a nice stack. It's a good flash. They peek with it, but Astralis were getting ready to go. And go Config shall. 3 kills in a quick burst. And this might be the end of HEET. This might be Astralis at the major. It seems foretold. And this game is sold down the river. Afro in a 1v5. And folks, Astralis are going to Antwerp.
Yeah, that round there, mate, it is a perfect metaphor for this game, for this series, for this map. You do everything you can, you throw all these flashes, you've got a game plan, and Config just annihilates you regardless. Man, Astralis, they turn it around in a big way come Nuke. It got shaky on Ancient. You got worried at one point that this tenured squad, this team of legends, of major winners, weren't going to be in Antwerp, but they're able to rise to the occasion. They lock HEET out. For HEET, it's devastation. It's disappointment. It's the knowledge they could have done it. But there's no getting past Glaive and the boys today. Astralis, they're going to the major.
That feels fantastic for Astralis, no doubt. And we've seen enough faces, you know, heads in hands over these last few days, even today with Anonymous as well, right? Devastating losing a series like that. But for HEET, the fact that they were able to come in here as heavy underdogs, go 2-2, you know, get all the way to this matchup, bring Astralis to the brink. A damn impressive result from a team that we had relatively low expectations of in comparison to some of the legends that we have in this group stage. So what a tournament it's been, Harry. That's the final game of the whole RMR. We've covered 4 regions over these last 2 weeks, and Astralis are our final team to make it, to confirm our list, our rosters for Antwerp. This is going to be one hell of a major.
Yeah, it really is, man. And I mean, this format of Astralis does get you a little bit more excited, right? Knowing they've got the resilience, they've got that ability, the fact that Farley's looking like he's slotting into this team in a really nice way. And, you know, they bailed themselves out. We mentioned this early on. They were 2-0 to open up this entire run, right? They've had 3 chances to get to the major, and so it's good they were able to deliver on that. It does suck for HEET, man. When you see Body sat there, like, just looking so deflated, it's just because, much like Saw, much akin to how devastated those guys were when it was all taken away, you had the opportunity, you had the chances. There were moments where it could have been you going to the major over legends in this Astralis team, and it's all taken away in an instant. So, yeah, for one team, heartbreak. For